Here, we develop shapers of the world, innovators, visionaries, and effective leaders. This is where we transform you. A leading university founded by a leader, established through the ideals of former President Jose P. Laurel, succeeded by the principles of Dr. Sotero H. Laurel. A university proud of its long and rich tradition of academic excellence.
Here in LPU, we don't only get a chance to learn by book. Through the interactive activities provided by the administration, we get to apply learning to real-life problems through research, internship, and cultural exchange programs.
I choose LPU because of the greatness of its facilities. We have actual hotels and as well as simulated hotels located in our own campus. We also have a culinary institute where we could attain real-world skills.
We have advanced facilities such as mass communication studio, recording studio, and NAC laboratories. Most especially in my course, I really enjoyed it because we are learning while using modern technologies. We are learning using advanced facilities.
LPU カビテの整備はとても整っていて、スタッフの皆さんはとても親切です。
The activities that I enjoy most here in LPU is doing extension services, going to different communities and teaching kids or students, young students, the proper dental hygiene. And that made me realize that LPU doesn't only develop us academically, but it also teaches us to become good people as well.
In LPU prepare us mentally, emotionally, and physically for the career world. And also, I chose LPU because I was impressed by its performance in the national licensure exams.
Choose LPU.
Choose LPU.
Choose LPU.
Choose LPU. You will never go wrong.
LPU offers endless possibilities.
LPU is a fun place to stay.
We innovate, we envision, and we are born leaders.
Here in LPU.
Good day, everyone. I hope that you and your loved ones are well during these trying times. Welcome, everyone, to the Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management and the College of Arts and Sciences COVID-19 and Good Governance Best Practices in Response to the Pandemic. A gentle reminder to everyone, the privacy policy is now in the chat box. Moreover, this webinar is recorded for documentation purposes and is now live on the Lyceum of the Philippines University Manila Facebook page. If you have any privacy concerns, feel free to send a message to privacy.manila@lpu.edu.ph. Again, if you have privacy concerns, feel free to send a message to privacy.manila@lpu.edu.ph. Before we proceed, let us start this session with prayer to be led by Miss Kathleen L. Almause, faculty member, College of Arts and Sciences, to be followed by the national anthem. Miss Kathleen.
In the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Loving and merciful Father, thank you for creating us in your image with intelligence and freedom to respond to the challenges of our time. Jesus, who constantly reminds us, be not afraid. Save us from our fears and grant us stronger faith in your healing power. Fill us with the gift of the Holy Spirit, the wisdom to identify truth from mere propaganda, with freedom to think rationally than submit blindly, prudence to make the best decisions, and courage to follow your inspirations. Give us a sense of humanity over greed and selfishness, compassion over indifference, and let your love triumph over evil. Please guide the people tasked to find cures that are effective, safe, and affordable to end the spread of this disease. May they be given the support they need so we can use the treatment that the medical doctors have discovered, tested, and proven safe through the experience. Make our leaders be true to their sworn duty and give them wisdom to make decisions that will protect the good of the people. O Mother of the Filipino people, un pueblo amante de Maria, you who know all our sufferings and our hopes, you who have a mother's awareness of all the struggles between the good and the evil, between light and darkness, which afflict the modern world. Help us to conquer the menace of evil, which so easily takes root in the hearts of the people of today, and whose immeasurable effects already weigh down upon our modern world and seem to block the path towards the future. May our response to COVID 19 be your gift that can be shared to the rest of the world, for we are truly gifted to give. Stella Maris, be our guide. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Nagatakong sa silid sa langit manuhaw, ay nilagang tumahawit sa paglay minamahal. Ang isa lang ay tagumpay na naglililim, ang bituin at nakakay ang may magdidilim. Ay natin ang sita, ay langit sa piling ko. Ang ligaya
Again, welcome everyone to the Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management at the College of Arts and Sciences webinar entitled COVID-19 and Good Governance Best Practices in Response to the Pandemic. To this, may I call on Dr. Joseph Francisco, Dean, College of Arts and Sciences, to give his opening remarks. Dr. Francisco.
Good afternoon. First, allow me to express my sincerest appreciation to the faculty of the Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management under the baton of Dr. Abigail Carlos for their unwavering efforts to produce webinars that are highly relevant and equally important as their previous presentations. As expected, we have expert speakers who will be formally introduced in a while. They are also my colleagues and super friends, and we are lucky to have them this afternoon despite their busy schedules. I think everyone's attention will be caught by each topic in the program. It's been more than a year already that we are in a dramatic change of lifestyle, varying work and school arrangements, hybrid forms of entertainment, among other new terminologies. But surely, there are activities that you and I already miss in doing. Others are longing to travel without restrictions, partying without face masks or face shields, or dine in without distancing. Hopefully, we come to fully experience this again sooner. We know that the impact of this pandemic is taking its toll economically, politically, and socially. And in a developing country like ours, we really keep our eyes wide open to the actions of our officials in the government or those in public service on how they are mitigating and responding to the needs of our people, especially those who are highly vulnerable to contract illness, those who are underprivileged, those who lost their jobs, and many more unfortunate circumstances. It is interesting to know the directions and other concrete steps that our government necessitates in order to respond effectively to growing concerns of our people. Perhaps there are Filipinos who are also wondering if our local government units are still intact or dissociated. So far, we see and hear a lot of information and data on news or other sources, but to what extent that our people give value on this? Or they simply rely on their own experience as their barometer of government's effectiveness. It is really a huge challenge in our country to be at par with other nations when it comes to balancing health services and economy or political and social welfare. So much are left to be done, and so we need to know more from our speakers as they uncover the best practices of our government in response to this pandemic. Thank you, and allow me to insert my greetings to all fathers. Advance Happy Father's Day.
Thank you, Dr. Francisco. Indeed, happy Father's Day to everyone, to all the fathers, and to those who think of themselves as a father, to those who stood for the family as a father. Thank you, Dr. Francisco, for your warm opening remarks for this relevant event. Indeed, the pandemic introduced us to the new challenges, but also reveals the truth behind everyone else, the politicians, statesmen, and us, the Filipino people. On behalf of our department and our college, we hope that from we would all learn about the governance under this pandemic in theory and in practice. Now, to give us welcoming remarks, let us have Dr. Abigail Carlos, Chairperson, Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management. Dr. Carlos.
Dr. Joseph Francisco, our Dean in the College of Arts and Sciences, to our distinguished speakers, our project coordinators for today's event, Professor Camille Velasco and Professor Judy Quadra, fellow educators, to our dear lyceans and senior high school students from different schools, to our participants in various local social media pages, ladies and gentlemen, a blissful afternoon. I am pleased to welcome you all to our second webinar, which is titled COVID-19 and Good Governance Best Practices in Response to the Pandemic. With the hope of providing alternative avenue for students learning as well as the public online forum in this new normal, the Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management organizes different webinars where topics are anchored from each discipline of social sciences. Today's event is a follow-up to the most recent success from the webinar that was held last May 15, which focused on migration and sustainability in the age of globalization. And in this sense, please allow me to take this opportunity to invite you in advance to our another upcoming webinar on July 3 entitled Ibayo, webinar hinggil sa engkwento at karanasang Filipino-Amerikano at nagtutunggali ang pananaw sa kasaysayang Pilipino. The details will soon be posted to our local social media pages. Nowadays, the role of the government and the consciousness of the public in evaluating its performance, specifically in handling the challenges of the global pandemic, has become more relevant and even one of the widely sought topic in most of the virtual conferences. In fact, the term good governance is now commonly used and spoken, not only during these trying times, but more so after the national election when the President Duterte's administration will surely be subjected for a thorough assessment by different concerned organizations. Moreover, this webinar is not limited in discussing good governance and its necessity, but also extends to the vital role of the local government units, the best practices worthy of adoption, and the evaluation of the government's response as a whole. With these timely and thought-provoking topics, we are fortunate to have the three eminent speakers in the field of political science and public administration, whose expertise and experience are truly remarkable. It is my personal hope that you will take advantage of this opportunity to come up with valuable insights, firm dispositions, and realizations, which later can guide us to our decisions in the coming election. Again, thank you very much and looking forward to your participation. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Carlos. Thank you for your valuable remarks. I know that you are all excited to learn from this webinar. At this moment, we may call on Dr. Angelita Damilig, faculty member of the Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management, to introduce us to the first speaker. Dr. Damilig.
It is always a great privilege to introduce a guest speaker, more so that an honorable Hitan like him sometimes left me into thinking, can I live in this world full of achievements, glory, and colors, but still manages to be humble and continuously be a self-driven professional, always moving forward for a proven and greater success rate? Indeed, an inspiration. His educational background stemmed from his love of learning from law, education, public administration, and public management. Some of his notable degrees are Bachelor of Arts major in political science, Bachelor of Laws or Juris Doctor, Masters in Public Administration, Doctor in Public Management, and Doctor in Public Administration, schooled from different universities. His love for learning has led him to share his researches, and to name a few of his papers are namely a paper entitled ASEAN Integration and the International Dispute Between China and the Philippines, a case analysis of modern-day David and Goliath, presented at UP in the year 2015, and his paper entitled Community Development Programs in First-Class Cities in the Southern Part of Manila, a blueprint on good local governance. This is an international conference held in 2016. His work experiences on the industrial field includes a senior legal researcher at Favela Cortez Law Firm, a legislative officer to or chief of staff from a Sangguniang Bayan ng Malabon, an administrator personnel at Sales and Marketing Department Doha, Qatar, and as an executive secretary, Inspection Department, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He held different positions in the academe, but currently a professional lecturer at Our Lady of Fatima University, a professional lecturer on various graduate studies as well, namely University of Caloocan City, World City Colleges, and National College of Business and Arts or NCBA. A consistent, outstanding faculty from different universities like OLFU or Our Lady of Fatima University, UCC, NCBA, and other schools he taught like UDM, Letran, LPU, yes, you heard it right, LPU, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to present you a professional academic leader and educator, writer, researcher, lecturer, dutiful and affectionate sibling to his family of orientation, and an exquisitely admired friend to all of us. A dear friend of mine, Dr. Peter Menorca, Asturias. Doctor.
Dr. Asturias.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Asturias.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I apologize. Okay, I'm not really a very technologically advanced faculty member, but then I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best to actually live up to the standards of the latest trends in education. Now, I'd like to thank my friends. I'd like to thank Dr. Dean Joseph Francisco, a very good friend of mine. I'd like to thank Dr. Abigail Carlos, the chair of the department. I'd like to thank Professor Jovi Quadra, of course, my very good friend. And the one who introduced me a while ago, I was so impressed with the way she came up with an introduction. I was so impressed with it. It was really, funny, but at the same time, I was at awe. Okay, listening to her as she introduced me to everybody, and so I'd like to thank Dr. Angelita Damilig for that. When I was given the topic to actually talk about the necessity of good governance in the COVID-19 response, I said to myself, this is really going to be a very critical if not a very intriguing subject matter to discuss. As I was listening to the opening remarks, the messages of your administrators in the college, I said to myself, perhaps it is okay to be critical. However, when I was basically preparing for my presentation, I said to myself, perhaps I can do away with such an act of being critical and focus on the fact that I would just simply lead my listeners to the theoretical foundations that would eventually allow them to understand the necessity of good governance, particularly right now as we experience the COVID-19 pandemic, and leave it to the audience to eventually become critical one way or the other based on what they would eventually hear from my discussion this afternoon. And so I'd like to invite you to listen for a little while to this discussion on the necessity of good governance in the COVID-19 response. May I know if there is already a presentation presented as I pursue my discussion? Is there already one? May I have the presentation?
Sir Joseph?
All right, okay. So I'd like to thank everybody before I even start off, okay? While Nico is basically trying to, and Sir Joseph is trying to present my discussion for this afternoon, I'd like to thank everybody. Truly, it is an honor. It is really an honor for me to eventually be here with everybody. And it is a great pleasure to be back at Lyceum of the Philippines University. So let's just wait for our technical people to actually post on the presentation. So anyway, while we're waiting for the presentation to come out, the subject matter of my discussion is about the necessity of good governance in the COVID-19 response. Now, you might actually be wondering, a while ago, Professor Abigail Carlos made mention of the title for this webinar, which is actually about the best practices, okay, on good governance in the COVID-19 pandemic, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. We will eventually be talking about it, as you are aware that it is not only going to be me who's going to talk about a certain topic. I will likewise be assisted and, equally to be discussed by two equally good colleagues, former colleagues at the Lyceum of the Philippines University. I call her Ashang, and we call the next speaker, the last speaker, as Odie. They are equally good, and I know that they will eventually be coming up with an interesting discussion on the subject matter that was given to them as well. All right, so would there be the presentation now, sir?
Sir, for a minute.
All right, okay.
Dr. Peter Asturias, before we proceed to the presentation, sir, I just want to know something about the presentation po. How did you prepare for this, sir? With this talk po. This is very intriguing, just like you said po. How did you prepare?
One thing I did to prepare for this particular presentation was to actually look at the title, the subject matter, the theme that was basically given to me. And when I was looking at the theme, I was basically baffled by the theme. Oh my God, the necessity of good governance. And what right do I have to actually talk about good governance? Much more the necessity of good governance. All right. But then at the back of my mind, I told myself, perhaps it is indeed a timely subject matter to talk about, since we've just experienced and we are still experiencing the COVID-19 pandemic at the moment. Some countries are still experiencing, even the Philippines is still experiencing this COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, and we hope that, you know, we would do away with this particular global health crisis. But then I guess it really responds to the need to understand, you know, what the government is basically doing in response to this COVID-19 pandemic, what the Philippine government is doing. Okay, all right.
Okay po.
Okay.
Yes, sir. The presentation
Okay.
is already there po. Thank you, sir. Thank you,
All
Dr. P.
right. Sure. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Nico. So this is, ladies and gentlemen, this is the topic that was given to me, the necessity of good governance in the COVID-19 response. Okay, let's proceed to the next slide, please. As I said a while ago, I won't be very critical. I hope I won't be very critical with the national government as we look into the necessity of good governance in the COVID-19 response. Now, to highlight the topics that I will be talking about, there are three particular things that I will be discussing. Of course, I'll be starting off with the concept of good governance. Some people may already be aware of what good governance is, or governance for that matter, but others may not actually be familiar with the concept of governance or good governance for that matter. Okay, and so I opted to really go back a little, just a little, into the history of the concept of good governance. After that, we'll be looking into the principles of good governance. And finally, I will end up and wrap up my discussion on the necessity, which is the very core of the subject matter that was given to me, the necessity of good governance in the COVID-19 response. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please, sir. Let's look at the history of the concept of good governance. Okay, let's look at the history. Now, the concept of good governance, if you try to look at it, it dates back many centuries ago. If you notice in the slide, there is even the name of Aristotle, who eventually came up and distinguished the concept of a regime into two different aspects. Okay, one is from a standpoint of regime in goodness, and the other one is from the standpoint of a regime that is the opposite, which is that of corruption. And so what would that lead us to understand? The concept of a regime, which to most people, every time they would hear it, a negative connotation would always come to them. We would now be able to understand that according to Aristotle, way back Aristotle, okay, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with this person, the triangular philosophical, political sciences, Plato, Aristotle, and Socrates. They came up, or Aristotle more particularly, came up with the idea of a regime from two particular standpoints. One, from a regime of goodness, which basically aims at providing public good. In other words, providing what the people needs. Okay, everything that the people needs, whatever good that can be given to the public. And the other one, of course, is the opposite, which is that of a corrupt system, a corrupt regime, which basically looks at personal needs, private interests, and the absence of the rule of law, for that matter. Okay? Now, the term goodness has its origin from a Latin meaning, which basically means the method of managing and directing a ship. Okay? You might be wondering, what is even the concept of governance in the first place? What is this concept of governance? Governance comes from a Latin concept, which is basically directing or managing a ship. Okay, everyone has seen what a ship looks like. And this ship has to have some particular group of individuals that mans it and directs it to whatever direction it has to go to. And that is basically what good governance is all about. Okay, if you have good governance, you will reach that particular destination at ease without any particular problem at all. But if, of course, as we said, governance may likewise have its opposite. Okay, regime would likewise have its opposite. All right, but If that opposite is manned by the wrong people, then chances are you would arrive late at your destination, or you would arrive with so many hassles, okay, to that particular destination. And you may even arrive not achieving the goals that you prepared with as you arrive in that particular destination. Why? Well, simply because it was manned, it was managed, it was directed wrongly by a group of individuals. Now, going back to its historical background, the term governance was used, no, from a French language, which is basically synonymous then to the term government. It's synonymous to the term government. Kaya nga, every time maririnig natin sa parati nating pagkadinig, no, o pag naririnig natin ang salitang governance, hindi maaalis sa ating isipan ang salitang government. But you know what? These two particular concepts are different. They're not the same. Okay? Although they may have their relationship, but these two are basically different from one another. Governance and government. For one, government is the institution. All right? Government is the institution that mans the ship. Governance is the way by which this institution is manned by the people. All right? Now in 1478, eventually this concept of governance was included with the concept of democracy. Yan, democracy. And eventually the ideas of good governance came in. All right? With good governance and with the concept of democracy, people now were given the opportunity to speak up, to say whatever they want to say, in order for government to be able to really come up with programs, with policies that will eventually benefit the public. All right? It will eventually redound to the benefit of the public. Now, let's go back to the 20th century. Okay, the 20th century. Let's move along a little and go to that 20th century. During the 20th century, the middle of the 20th century, or the early part rather of the 20th century, the term governance was added on. No, it was added on to an English concept. However, it was eventually applied entirely to an economic institution. Now you might be asking, what's this economic institution? Okay, when you talk about economic institution, you're talking about goods and services. Are the goods and services distributed equally among people? All right? Are the goods provided, are they really the necessity that people needs? Is there enough supply to what people are demanding? So doon nalihis, no, kahit na papaano, doon nalihis ang konsepto ng governance, particularly the concept of good governance. Okay? Moving along, all right, they came up, eventually at that particular point in time, they came up with a definition of what governance is all about. I've given two particular definitions of governance here. Number one, governance says it is a process of decision making. Okay, so it's making decisions. All right, it's basically making decisions. And who makes decisions when you talk about government? Well, primarily, the one that makes decisions are the ones that make the law, the policies. So who is this? From a national point of view, it's the legislature. From a local point of view, which will eventually be discussed by my two other colleagues, then you have the local legislative bodies. They are the ones that basically make the laws, the policies. However, you likewise have to understand, even the executive makes decisions. Even the executive. And so when you talk about governance, it doesn't involve only the legislature. It also involves the executive, because both these particular branches of government perform the act of decision making. Okay? And of course, not just decision making, it also includes the process by which decisions are implemented and sometimes not implemented. Okay? Now, what do we mean by that? Who among the three main branches of government implements or does not implement these policies? It is primarily, as what some of you probably have learned, the executive department. And so decision making, as what we've said a while ago, is not only couched in the hands of the legislature, it is also laid in the hands of the executive, working together in order to provide good governance. Now, I have another particular definition. The next definition says governance can be used in several contexts. This is now where governance has expanded its concept to include corporate governance. So what does it mean when you say it includes corporate governance? It does not only involve public or the public sector. Good governance can likewise include the private sector. All right? And that is why in the private sector, for those who are listening right now, who are basically working in the private sector, you would find that there is such a thing as governance, particularly good governance as well. So you don't find it alone in the government or in the public sector. You can likewise find it in the private sector. And going even beyond, you can likewise find it in the international field. That is why there is such a term as international governance. Okay? International governance. And as what we've said a while ago, it is primarily the task of the executive and the legislative department. That is the reason why during this COVID-19, who are the two particular branches of government that was primarily involved in making sure that it responds to this particular global health crisis. You have the executive and you have the legislature. All right. Later on, perhaps we will come up with such particular examples to be able to elucidate in this on this particular matter. And finally, on that particular definition, it also focuses on local governance. And when we talk about local governance, this will be explained thoroughly by my good friend, our next speaker, who will eventually be talking on local governance and COVID-19 response. All right? Okay, next, we look into still on the concept and the history of good governance. Now, in the mid-1990s, so a while ago, it was the early part of the 1990s. Now we're talking about the mid-1990s. So this is perhaps during the 1950s up to the 1960s or 1960s, 1970s. Okay, on the last century, the focus became on the political and institutional dimensions of the concept, which is really very important, no? Bumalik siya from the economic institutions, pumunta siya muli, although hindi naman umalis, no? Pero pumunta siya muli sa konteksto ng political at institutional dimensions. Wait, what is this political and institutional dimensions? We're talking about government. It went back to administration and the institutional dimensions. What are these institutional dimensions? We're talking about the different agencies of the government as they exercise and as they implement good governance. The shift was made to intensive use on the concept of good governance, particularly, as what we've said a while ago, in the international organization, okay? Such as what? Well, you have international financial institutions such as the World Bank. You have the international organization known as the United Nations, particularly the UNDP, or the United Nations Development Program, and other international institutions. So talagang lumawak na, no? Lumawak na ang konteksto ng governance, particularly good governance. In fact, this is an FYI for everybody, because I'm teaching right now in the University of Caloocan City, in the Department of Political Science. What I'm teaching right now is International Regional Organization. In fact, it was discussed in our class that one of the criteria that is basically considered by international financial institutions such as the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund in providing financial assistance to states is the fact that there should be an exercise of good governance in each particular state. Imagine, tinitingnan pa talaga ito ng IMF at ng World Bank. Hindi sila maglalaan basta-basta. Hindi sila basta-basta maglalaan ng tulong kapag hindi nila nakita na mayroong good governance na nagaganap sa estado na iyon. Okay? In order to push developing countries, this is for the purpose of pushing developing countries to adopt economic as well as administrative policies geared towards the development of that particular state. All right? Now, the UNDP, as I've mentioned a while ago, has likewise came up with a definition of what governance is all about. And it says that it's about the exercise of economic, political, and administrative authority. Okay? Economic, political, and administrative authority to manage a country's affairs at all levels. So what does that mean? What does that mean? Our government is not only focused or should not only be focusing on political authority, the exercise of political authority. Teka lang, Doc, ano ba yung political authority na tinatawag? What is that political authority that is basically being mentioned? Political authority is the exercise of, the exercise of what? Police power. The exercise of the power of eminent domain. The three inherent powers of the state. These are political authority of the executive department and even, the legislative department at some particular point. However, it is not only that international organizations such as the UNDP looks into. It also looks into economic authority. What developments has it taken? All right? But the question is right now, what developments can you actually do? At a situation where there is a global health crisis, such as this COVID-19 pandemic, what economic developments can you actually pursue at a situation such as this, right? In fact, even other countries are having difficulty. Should they be pursuing economic development, or should they be focusing on assisting financial assistance and other help to its own constituents, to other people, all right? To manage a country's affairs at all levels and by means by which the state promotes social unity, social cohesion, integration. Yan. Okay? Ang tanong ko ngayon sa inyo, at kayo nang maging critical dito, is the present administration advocating social cohesion among people? Of course, when I talk about present administration, I'm not talking only about the Duterte administration. I'm talking about everyone, including those particular people in the Senate and even those particular people in the legislature. All right? Are they encouraging cohesion and integration among the people? Or are they even dividing the people? I leave that to you to think about it. Okay, and then to ensure the well-being of the entire people, the entire population. All right? So that is how the UNDP looked at governance, particularly that of the concept of good governance. Now in 1992, a report that was entitled Governance and Development by the World Bank eventually came up with a definition of what good governance is. So a while ago, we've defined it in two ways. This time, it is likewise basically defined by an international financial institution known as the World Bank. And this is how it defined it. It said, the manner in which power is exercised, okay, in the management of a country's economic and social resources for development. So it is the strategy that the administration is doing in order to manage the country's economic and social resources. Ano ba? Ano ba yung mga strategiya na ginagamit ng ating pamahalaan? Maging ito may national government, kung ito may national government or local government, you can revisit, you can visit or revisit your local government units. What have they been doing to eventually try to look into the economic as well as the social resources for development in their own city, municipality, even province for that matter, and even barangay for that matter. All right? So this is how you look at good governance. This is how you should look at good governance. And I'd like you, upon listening to what I'm talking right now, what I'm talking about right now, I'd like you to ponder upon the idea. Wait, is my local government doing this? Am I seeing this? Am I feeling good governance based on what the speaker is saying right now? I'd like you to think about it. I'd like you to ponder upon it. No? Is the national government doing everything to ensure that economic development and social development is spread out in the entire archipelago? Am I feeling it? All right? Am I seeing it? All right? And this is what I would like you to look to think about right now, to be critical about it. All right. Now, moving along. This is the very core of my discussion. I'd like to talk about the principles of good governance. Okay? You see, it's not enough that we talk about what good governance is all about, the historical background of what good governance is. We have to understand what good governance is all about. And the best way to be able to really understand what good governance is all about is to look at the many principles that govern good governance, okay? That is behind the idea of good governance. And I've given 8 particular principles to good governance, okay? Let us look at the first one. The first one is about participation. And you have there a discussion of what participation is all about. And you know, upon listening to the term participation, I'm pretty sure the first thing that comes into your mind, am I being heard by the government? Is my voice, does it mean something for the government? That is basically what participation is all about. You should be able to voice out your opinion through a legitimate organization. 1 minute, okay? I'm losing out on a battery right now, okay? All right. Okay. Sorry for that. I'm losing out on a battery, you know, technology for that matter. Anyway, I thought I would lose my voice, but you know, the human person is even better than technology because the technology is losing out on batteries. The speaker isn't losing out on batteries yet. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, let's go back to the principles of good governance. Let's look at participation. Okay. What do we understand by participation? You should be able to voice out your opinion through a legitimate, immediate organization. Okay? Huwag naman yung basta nasa kalsada ka lang. Although, you know, when I was in political science, when I was in college, I was in political science. And as a political science student, you know, the best way to really feel that you are a political science student is when you go out into the streets and start, you know, shouting and voicing out your opinion regarding a particular issue. But the thing is, as I finish off with the degree and as I go further with my education, I started to ponder upon, wait a minute, is this particular method I'm doing, is it a legitimate way of voicing out my opinion? Or is there a better way of voicing out my opinion? Okay, but that is basically what participation is all about. Now, this includes men and women, the vulnerable, okay, sector in our society, backward classes. What do we mean by backward classes? These are perhaps people in the rural areas, those not in the urban areas, but people in the rural areas whose life and the way of living, I cannot actually say it's miserable, but then again, it's so laid back. Okay? Are they heard? Are their voices heard? Okay? And of course, you have the minorities. And participation also implies freedom of association and expression. Oh, freedom to express yourself and freedom to associate. But of course, again, as what most of you probably have learned in your study of the 1987 Constitution there will always be particular limitations to the freedom of expression and the freedom of association. Okay? And I'm pretty sure your good professor eventually taught you that. But then again, what I'm trying to point out here is that this is what good governance is all about. There has to be participation, but then such participation should be done legitimately, okay? And it should be done legally, all right? The next particular principle is what is known as the rule of law. And the rule of law. What is this rule of law that we're talking about? As I've mentioned a while ago at the beginning of my talk, a regime that basically is surrounded by corruption is not bounded by any rule of law. Okay? And so what are we talking about when we talk about good governance? We're talking about the opposite of that particular regime. We're talking about good governance per se, where there is the exercise of the rule of law, a legal framework, okay, that enforces impartiality, especially on human rights laws. Human rights laws. Because without any rule of law, politics will follow the principle of what? The law of the fish. And what is this law of the fish? The strong will prevail over the weak. I hope that doesn't actually, I hope the people who are listening to me right now are not feeling that. That if you're strong, you have the power. If you're weak, well, you just simply have to follow the strong. I hope my listeners right now would not have that particular feeling. I hope that they would have that feeling that there is still that rule of law in our country. Even during the pandemic. But of course, some people will start thinking right now, well, my name wasn't even included in the list of those who should be receiving the, if I may say in Filipino, ayuda. I don't know why, but a dead person's name was likewise was in the lists. But my name, a living person, it was not even there. Why? Simply because I am poor? That is basically what some people would eventually try to think of right now. I even have a friend who was informed that there would be some sort of financial assistance that would be provided for single parents. Okay, for single parents. But then she wasn't able to actually get that financial assistance on time. And so she went to the nearest barangay and she asked whether it would still be given to her or not, because she's a single mother and she needs the financial assistance very desperately. So she was given a hope by the barangay. Okay, but lo and behold, after several weeks, she has been waiting for a phone call from the barangay because she was told that she would receive a phone call. She has been waiting for a phone call from the barangay, but after a few weeks, she received a call, and the call said, and eventually told her, ma'am, why did you not get your financial assistance as a single mother, etc., etc.? The deadline was 3 days ago or 2 days ago, when she did not even receive any phone call at all. Why is that? Is it because she's a simple Juana de la Cruz in our country? I hope that that isn't the reason for it. Okay, that there is still good governance even in the barangay level. The next particular principle is a consensus-oriented administration or a census-oriented government. What's a consensus-oriented government? A consensus-oriented decision-making ensures that even if everyone does not achieve what they want to the fullest, a common minimum can be achieved. Okay, can be achieved. What do we mean by this? Hindi ko man maibigay sa inyo lahat. Kahit na papaano nakapagbigay ako ng bagay na makatutulong sa inyo. And perhaps, you might actually be saying, everything that he is saying here is so negative. Is he anti-Duterte? No, I'm not. I'm not even a fan of our president. And I don't want to really be very critical of the present administration. But you know what? Some people I've heard during the first particular phase of last year, when they started to receive financial assistance from their own respective barangays through the Department of Interior and Local Government, they were thankful of what they have received. They were thankful. It may not be enough, but at least they were given. And that is basically what it means when you talk about consensus-oriented. It may not be in full, okay? It may not be in full, but people feel that they are cared for by their barangay, by the national government for that matter, okay? It even says further, it mediates differing interests to meet the broad consensus on the best interests of the community. Okay? What does it mean? The best interests of the community may not be 100% best. May not be 100% best. But at least it is best for 90% or even 85% of the population. And that is consensus-oriented. All right? The next one basically talks about equity and inclusiveness. What do we mean by equity and inclusiveness? Good governance assures an equitable society. It goes further by saying people should have opportunities to improve or maintain their well-being. All right? What do we mean by this? Did we feel this during the COVID-19 pandemic last year and even right now? Do we feel that we are included? Do we feel that we are part of what the government is doing to help out people? All right? Is there equity in the process? Is the opportunity given to me as well? Ask yourself that particular question, and you will eventually be able to find out whether there is good governance in this particular government that we have right now, this particular administration we have right now, or there may be, a little absence of good governance. There may be good, some people may say there may be governance, but it's not really a very good governance. Okay? So it's not 100%. But that is basically what equity and inclusiveness is all about. Am I included? Am I part of the society that the Duterte administration is helping out? Okay? You understand? And that's the reason why the Department of Interior and Local Government, when they handed out this ayuda to people, all right, this money to people, they made sure that everybody eventually gets a piece of the pie. All right? Let's go further with this particular principles of good governance. As I said, there are 8, no? Okay? Let's look at the next one. Effectiveness and efficiency. What does it mean? We're looking at processes. Processes and institutions should be able to produce results that meet the needs of their community. All right, sorry for that. That meet the needs of their community. Are the processes enough? Or is it too slow? Is it too inefficient? Okay? Sabi nga nila ano yun? Patay na yung kabayo, aanhin mo pa ang damo kung patay na yung kabayo. There may actually be some listeners right now listening to me that have experienced a relative or even themselves having to be infected by it. What did government do to them? I have a friend in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia where I used to work with. I have a friend who eventually got infected. And you know what? When I sent to him this link about my talk, we started off talking about what the subject matter would eventually be. But I felt that as we go along with our discussion, he was basically very being critical about it. Okay, that to his mind, the government wasn't there for him. He was on his own. Mahirap yon kapag nag-iisa ka sa ibang bansa as an OFW. So was there inefficiency? Or was there efficiency because a lot of people eventually survived the COVID-19 pandemic? Resources of the community should be used effectively for the maximum output. Uy, teka lang, may nakita tayong mga ospital. National Kidney, nagawa na ng sarili nilang tent. Okay, naglagay na ng mga tent sa labas. They can no longer accommodate. Tala Hospital here in Caloocan City, likewise have had that particular practice. But then was there an improvement? Was there an improvement to it? Okay? Was there a way by which they eventually tried to compensate for such inefficiency and ineffectiveness? Was there a way for them to eventually become effective and efficient? All right? That they did. All right. Next, we have accountability. Okay, here we go. Accountability. Good governance aims towards betterment of people. And this cannot take place without the government being accountable to the people. Is our administration accountable to the people? Okay? Do they take responsibility over whatever was happening last year and even up to this particular year? Are they taking responsibility for it? Or are they starting to point out fingers with one another? All right? Government institutions, private sector, and the civil society organization should likewise be held accountable, okay, to the public and the institutional stakeholders. All right? Wait, teka, pumapasok sa isip ko dito yung pantry. Yun ang pumapasok. Kung paano, kayo na mag-isip kung paano yung pantry. Okay? May accountability ba doon? Okay? Anyway, let's look at the next one. You have transparency. Information should be accessible to the public and should be understandable and monitored. At the beginning of this COVID-19, the early part of December 2019, okay, of course, this COVID-19 started in Wuhan, China. Everybody knows that. But we learned about it only in the middle of December. Middle of December, if I'm not mistaken. It was almost Christmas time that we learned about it. And people just simply shrugged their shoulders. Wala silang pakialam eh. While there in China, medyo nagkakagulo na sila. Okay? Here in the Philippines, we would still enjoy the Christmas season. We were still trying to enjoy the Christmas season. Why is that? Until somebody came in, infected with it, and started to infect everybody. I think it's the first one, the first few was in San Juan. Okay? And that's when people started to rattle about it. Oh my God, ano yun? Bakit nagkaganon? Was there transparency on the part of the Department of Health in ensuring that everybody gets to be informed by it? Okay? You know, I saw on Facebook this particular move on lawmakers in the United States of America. They were basically asking to, what is this? They created a law that basically puts so much blame to the then doctor during the administration of Donald Trump because he failed to really inform the public about what is really happening about this COVID-19 in the United States of America. And everybody knows a lot of people died and a lot of people got infected in the United States of America due to this COVID-19. Balik natin sa Pilipinas, ang Pilipino ba, were we fully informed? Was there transparency on the part of the information? And finally, the last is responsiveness. Institutions and processes should serve all stakeholders in a reasonable period of time. Siguro dito sa puntong ito, I'd like to commend the different hospitals that really, you know, were responsive to act, to do their part in making sure that this COVID-19 doesn't spread out in great numbers. Okay? And dito natin sinasaluduhan talaga yung mga tinatawag nating frontliners, particularly the doctors, the nurses, and every particular people in hospitals. And even in the streets, police officers, security guards, I think they were very responsive. Pero ang tanong doon, were they even given credit by the government? Okay, anyway, I leave that all up to you to think about it. And then of course, I'd like to touch a little on this particular subject matter, no? This subject matter. I have here pictures of what happened during this pandemic. All right, next slide, please. Can you click on? Sorry, yeah. This principles also engender trust in decision makers. Tiwala natin sa mga gumagawa ng desisyon. Katulad ng sinabi natin kanina, kasama sila dito eh. Kung akala ng mga lawmakers hindi sila kasama sa pagpapatupad ng mga programa para sa COVID-19, kasama sila. Kasama sila dito. Ang tanong, di ba? Yung bayanihan to heal as one. Ano bang nangyari doon? Bakit hindi agad naaprubahan? Kailangan na ng administrasyon. Pero bakit parang nagkaroon pa ng pagtatalo. Okay? Contributing to necessary compliance and engagement in public health measures. This is where the Department of Health comes in. At the international level, the relevant actors in this framework are states, the different countries, international institutions, okay, as well as civil society. Tayo yun. We have to take part in it. Okay? And of course, the industry. I remember San Miguel Corporation helped out. There were other particular industries, big time industries that eventually helped out, to ensure that whatever is needed, whatever support is needed by the government is provided for by the private sector. At the national level, these principles apply to the relationship. Ito yung national level, the relationship between governments and at all levels and the individuals in the group. What was the relationship? I'd like to ask you that question. What was the relationship of the government and the people during the pandemic itself? Was there, a link? Was there a tight relationship of moving forward to stop this particular pandemic? Or was there, a not so good relationship between people and the government at that particular time? Okay, policies and laws and decisions that were affected by it. Next slide, please, sir. Now let's look at the very core of my discussion, the necessity of good governance in the COVID-19 response. I've written down some particular points here, but before I deliver those particular points on the necessity of good governance in the COVID-19 response, I'd like to talk about some particular things here, just to go back a little to this particular COVID-19. Next slide, please, sir. In the early part of 2020, the world was shocked by a virus outbreak. It was called coronavirus or nCoV-19. The COVID-19 is a virus that can cause acute respiratory distress syndrome, okay, that can lead to lung failure and death. And it was first discovered in China, as I said a while ago. Okay. In its development, the COVID-19 disease outbreak has spread through 215 countries. Wow, that's a lot. That's almost every country in the world. Okay. The World Health Organization on March 11, 2020 has declared the novel coronavirus COVID-19 an outbreak of global pandemic. Ang tanong dyan maski ba itong international organizations such as the World Health Organization, were they responsive to actually consider this as a global pandemic, a global health crisis? O ang tagal din nilang mag-decide kung ito nga ba ay global health crisis o hindi? Okay? Kasi kung titingnan natin, happened in December in the Philippines, happened in December, came out in December, January, February, and then they only declared it on March 11 to be a global pandemic, an outbreak of global pandemic. 3 months. You decide, people. All right? Next slide, please, sir. Continuing on, efforts by government to try to control the pandemic spread while managing its wide-ranging impacts demonstrate the critical role of the relationship. Ito yung binabanggit natin kanina. This is what we were talking about a while ago. The relationship between the state or the government for that matter and its people in shaping and determining government responses. Okay, dapat hindi nagbabangayan Pero nakita natin medyo may bangayan din here and there. All right? Responses, strategies, and approaches in tackling the crisis. Nagkakaiyakan pa nga Tapos yung line, medyo sinabihan na social distancing, pero nagdidikit. Pag pinigilan mo ang tao, medyo nagagalit. Nagagalit sila. Pag in-schedule mo silang pumunta doon sa bigayan ng ayuda sa susunod na araw dahil hindi pa sila nakaschedule, medyo nagagalit kasi gutom ang tao. Pero paano ang ginawang aksyon ng gobyerno sa ganitong sitwasyon? Anong ginawang aksyon ng gobyerno? Well, there have been some rapid and effective responses, and I really have to say, there were rapid and effective responses by the government. In many respects, the pandemic has exposed some of the shortfalls in countries. Why? Well, dito na lang nakita natin in other countries, they were able to curb the pandemic, okay, at the earliest time. Here in the Philippines, we were able to curb it, but then again, yung sinasabi nga nila nagkaroon ng second wave. Sa ibang bansa, hindi na dumanas ng ganon. Resiliency to crisis. How resilient is the government and the people, and the people to such particular crisis? Or were we caught off guard? Teka lang, di natin alam ang gagawin natin. And in particular, the way the state relates to people in realizing the values and principles of effective governance. Okay? Next slide, please, sir. Now we look into some particular necessities. Okay, number one, the COVID-19 pandemic and crisis presents a challenge, but also an opportunity to design and operate resilient and inclusive public health infrastructure and effective institutions for handling such particular crisis. What do we mean by this? Anong ibig sabihin natin dito? Can you click on, sir? Okay? Anong ibig sabihin to? Alam mo, naging eye-opener kahit na papaano ang COVID-19 pandemic na to, na there is still a lot of things that we have to do, we have to learn, okay, in responding and turning on economic and humanitarian, responding to an economic and humanitarian crisis. Marami pa tayong talagang dapat pag-aralan. Marami pa tayong dapat matutunan kapag nagkaroon ng ganitong klase ng pandemya. Okay? Kasi we were really caught off guard with this particular global health crisis. Sabi pa dyan, it has provided a moment for each government to put in place governance and public health infrastructure. Hindi yung MRT na nakikita natin ngayon. No. For those who are listening and who are in the Philippines right now and who are in Metro Manila, I'm pretty sure you are familiar with what I'm talking about. But that is not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about, public health infrastructures. Was the government responsive to it? Okay? Or anong tawag dito? Nangyari lang yung pag-develop ng mga infrastructures na to because of the global health crisis. Okay? Sa bagay, kung tutusin, kung titingnan naman natin, kung wala itong global health crisis na to, hindi natin kailangan i-convert yung ASEAN, what do you call this, infrastructure into a facility. Okay? Hindi natin kailangan gawin yun. Pero then again, naging eye-opener talaga ito para sa ating gobyerno at para sa taong bayan. Okay? How resilient is both the government and the people? How resilient in this type of public health crisis? Number two, let's look at number two. Okay? It says, providing essential services to all must be the core of state-people governance relationship. Providing whatever people needs. Ang tanong, yan, sabi nga, ang tanong, was everything provided? And were people really provided with everything that they need? Or was there a lapse? A lapse on the part of the government to provide whatever people needs. Kaya nga nagkaroon na ng community pantry kasi parang hindi na maibigay ng gobyerno. Pero sa bagay kasi, kung tutuusin, government should not be for public service rather should not be for government alone. Public service should be a reciprocal responsibility of both the government and the people, for that matter. Okay, and so it says there, people have access to. Do people have access to inclusive and affordable services? Yan. That contribute to sustainable and inclusive development. Was everybody likewise still included in the concept of development, or it was only the few? All right? Alam niyo dun sa aming sa subdivision namin, nakakagulat bakit kamo kung kailan nagkaroon ng pandemya, parang ang dami nagpapagawa ng bahay o nagpagawa ng bahay. Oo, ang dami nagpagawa ng bahay. Ibig ba sabihin nun, marami pang nagkaroon ng pera sa panahon ng global pandemic? Kaya nagkaroon na eventually ng tulungan mula sa gobyerno at ang taong bayan. Okay? By coming up with this so-called pantry because people are capable of helping out the government. All right? Kasi nga sabi nila biblically, sabi na let's teach people how to fish and not just give fish to people. Siguro yan nasabi ng gobyerno kasi hindi naman talaga kakayanin ng gobyerno ito. This is a responsibility of both the people and the government working together, hand in hand. Okay? But what type of relationship exists in that particular situation? But then again, that is the situation that occurred. No, I leave it all up to you to think about it, ponder upon. Look back last year. Was there really a good relationship? Was the essential services provided for by the government to the people? All right, or did the people help out in the process of providing those particular essential services? Next, number 3. Let's look at another necessity of good governance. Social protection for all citizens, especially the very poor and the vulnerable. Okay? This is really very critical to saving a resilient society. Alright? Kasi sabi nga nila parati sa ganyang sitwasyon, ang mga mahihirap, the poorest of the poor, alright? The poorest of the poor are the ones that are really affected. Ayoko magbanggit ng isang salita kasi baka ma-affiliate nyo ko, no? Sa isang political organization, but I'm not affiliated to any political organization. Pero sa ganitong sitwasyon talaga ng pandemya, talagang it is the poorest of the poor that is really affected the most. Okay? Was the government there to protect them? Alright? Kung sa bagay, baka sabihin nyo, Doc, yung mga poorest of the poor na yun ang matigas ang ulo eh. Sila nga yung hindi nagfe-face shield at nagfe-face mask noon. Sila nga yung hindi sumusunod sa social distancing. Well, I leave it all up to you again to decide. I don't want to be critical. I don't want to be critical about it. Next, let's talk about the 4th one. Okay? Let's talk about the 4th particular necessity. Credible, legitimate, and trusted state leadership. Oh my God. We're talking about leadership here. All right? We're talking about leadership here. Is he credible? All right? Was he trusted by the people to provide the solution during the pandemic? Sabagay, wala tayong choice. Pero I'd like to make this particular point. When you talk about leadership, we're not just talking about President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. We're talking about the different heads of the different departments in the national government. And I think, okay, one particular head of the national government that was really very legitimate and credible was the Secretary of Finance, because he was able to really make both ends meet during that particular situation. Mahirap ang sitwasyon ha. You know, in my class in the graduate school, I would always try to tell them, how do you come up with resources? But this is an eye-opener for everybody. And what is that eye-opener? Hindi mahirap na bansa ang Pilipinas. Hindi mahirap na bansa ang Pilipinas. Why? Because we were able to pass through that particular crisis. So there were sources of revenue other than the ones that are basically given by the private sector and the people. There were other sources of revenue. But one thing is that this particular heads of the different departments, they were really able to tap this particular resources. They were credible. They were legitimate. Okay? I cannot go beyond that. Okay? Trusted state leadership. I know a lot of people are starting to raise their eyebrows right now. Okay? And finally, of course, the last one, government in times of crisis must endeavor to keep the country unified to avoid social integration. Did this government continue to unify people? All right? But at least I'd like to give this particular government a little credit for it. A little credit. Why? Well, because we all know that there are still, skirmishes here and there in the government. Okay? Lalo na sa panahon ngayon. Tapos ang pinag-uusapan pa, eleksyon. Oh my God. Hindi, pero pag-usapan natin 2020. 2020. Okay? Although you might actually be saying, Doc, hanggang ngayon naman may pandemya. Oo nga, may pandemya. Pero lagay natin doon sa talagang panahon na talagang nagkaroon ng krisis ng pandemya. At that was 2020. Okay? Did they endeavor to unify people? In fact, even, not because I'm wearing yellow, no, doesn't mean anything. All right? But then again, even the yellow group, they were very critical of the government. And while I was watching the television during those particular months, okay, I was staying with a friend of mine kasi inabutan ako ng quarantine doon eh. Okay? And every time I would open the television, I would watch the news. It saddens me that even the opposition were trying to be critical with the government, okay, with the administration, when to my mind, it wasn't the time to be critical about each other. It was the time to work together, okay, to integrate people, not to disintegrate society. Okay? It was that particular time. The point is, kasi ang tingin ko, ang administration din parang mahilig kumain ng patola, pumapatol din. Okay? So it was were they endeavoring to keep the country unified, or were they endeavoring to keep, to make sure that there was social disintegration among people? These are some of the things that I feel are the necessities to which good governance has to come in. Okay? Has to really come in. The ideals of good governance have to come in. Later, as I leave the discussion to my two other particular colleagues, they will be talking about best practices and they will be talking about good governance in the local level. Okay? And at this particular point, at the final slide, sir, I'd like to leave you, okay, with a thank you for listening, and I hope we've learned a little something new this afternoon. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Asturias, to that talk full of knowledge and wisdom. I want to echo you, sir, on the remarks that the Philippines is not a poor country. Indeed, it is not also a small country. In 1642, we already had the Ordenanzas de Buen Gobierno, and it was enhanced in 1786 after the British invasion of Manila. And I also commend you, sir, with the remarks on well-being, because in Filipino, we have the concept of ginhawa that does not basically mean individual state of mind and health, but also a social concept that transcends the individual. Also, the multi-layered aspects of good governance. Thank you, sir, for that wonderful presentation. And everyone, may we remind you all that you can collate your questions to our speaker and to the succeeding speakers, and later you can also type it now in the Q&A box. Again, you can type it now in the Q&A box, and later we will cater those questions in the Q&A portion of our webinar. And just as in your question, just state to whom do you address your question. Okay, moreover, for everyone, your attendance will only be collated through evaluation link that will be sent during the third speaker. The same is applied for the LPU students. Your attendance would only be collected, through the evaluation link. These evaluation link should also be accomplished to have an e-certificate of participation. For now, let us have Ms. Camille Erica Jan Velasco, Faculty of the Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management, to present us the second speaker. Ms. Camille.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Our second speaker is an expert in corporate and sales compliance, recruitment and training, marketing, sales and employee relations, business development, local and international sales operations, property management, statutory auditing, education, research, and technical writing, and in legal management. She is an international corporate director, a statutory auditor, and a political and a business consultant. She is a representative of the Philippines in various international conferences and symposia held in the United States of America, Singapore, Japan, and in Hong Kong. Additionally, she is a certified ISO lead auditor and Lean Six Sigma Black Belter. Our speaker is also awarded as the Outstanding Employee of the Senate of the Philippines, as well as a top faculty member at the Lyceum of the Philippines University for six consecutive semesters. And she is also an Excellence Awardee at Century Property. She graduated summa cum laude with a degree of Bachelor in Public Administration and Governance from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. She finished her Bachelor of Laws from the San Beda University College of Law, and she graduated with a degree of Master in Public Administration and Governance from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. Let us all welcome Miss Mary Grace Ronquillo.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Miss Grace.
Afternoon.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just having a technical problem right now, but I was able to fix it. So I'm just using my mobile phone instead. So please bear with me. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude for the College of Arts and Sciences, particularly the Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management. Of course, then Joseph Francisco, Dr. Abigail Carlos, and all the faculty of the SSLM, and also my co-speakers, especially Dr. Asturias and my former student, now a faculty of Lyceum of the Philippines University, Professor Odranreb Guillermo. Now, for all the participants, isang mapagpalayang hapon po sa inyong lahat dahil pinagdiriwang lang po natin nung ika-12 ng Hunyo ang Araw ng Kalayaan ng Pilipinas. At binabati ko rin po lahat ng mga ama at lahat ng mga tumayong ama sa lahat ng pamilya ng Happy Father's Day. So my topic for today is about local government units as integral actors in the COVID-19 situation. So let me share my screen for my presentation. Guys, I'm just having a technical problem. I would like to apologize. Just 1 minute, I'll just fix it.
Okay, no worries po, Miss Grace.
Worries. This is actually the reality of live.
Yes, Miss Jovi. And we are still coping up with this.
Yes, exactly.
This is so hard po. But we assure you that we are adapting to these present challenges of technical age of technology, the IR 4.0. Okay. Miss Grace, just let us know if you are ready po with your presentation. Okay, I think Miss Grace left.
Yes, because she's transferring from one
device to another. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Miss Jovi, may I ask you a question po? As an organizer of this event, what do you think is the challenge of this seminar po, of this webinar, Miss Jovi?
Well, actually, when it comes to inviting speakers naman, it's really great that we have good friends na they are really willing to share their expertise to our students and to our guests. Siguro ang challenge lang is yung
ano tawag dito, yung coming up together, okay? Especially during the tech run kasi everybody is busy, they have their own schedules. But all in all, it all went smoothly, just like today. Okay, yun nga lang talagang this is the reality that we cannot get out.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm already here. I'm very sorry.
No worries,
My sincere
Miss Grace.
apologies. I'm now going to share the screen now.
Okay, thank you po. Thank you, Miss Jovi, for that answer po. Okay, Miss Grace. Okay, while Miss Grace is fixing her, yeah, okay, it's already started.
Okay. Again, good afternoon. I'm back. I'm sorry for the technical problem. Okay, so let us discuss local government units as integral actors in the COVID-19 situation. So the outline of my discussion is basically the brief background about LGU. So I will be discussing to you the nature of local government units, the powers and functions devolved to LGUs, the seal of good local governance, and of course, the best practices of local government units during the pandemic. To start with, let us discuss first the territorial, administrative, and political subdivisions of the state. Republic of the Philippines, one unitary state, since we have a unitary form of government, composed of 7,641 islands. Now you might be wondering, why not 7,107? Actually, if you remember the 1994 Miss Universe pageant, wherein Miss Sherlyn Gonzalez was asked, how many islands make up the Philippines? She was asked by the host, and she wittingly replied, is it low tide or high tide? Well, the answer during that time was actually around 7,106 or 7,107. But technically speaking, based on the definition made by UNCLOS, or the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea, an island is formed naturally above the water. So if it is above the water, the answer should be during high tide. So based on the number given by the National Mapping and Resource Information Authority, or NAMRIA for brevity, we have 7,641 islands subdivided into 3 principal island groups with 16 administrative regions and 1 autonomous region. It is very important for us to discuss the number of regions as well as the number of political subdivisions of the state, because later on, I will be discussing to you the financial resources, the sources of funds of LGUs, and we will be talking about the equal sharing. Therefore, we must know the number of the LGUs. Luzon, 8 administrative regions. So of course, as we all know, we have the Cordillera Administrative Region, the National Capital Region, we have the Ilocos Region, the Cagayan Valley, we have the Central Luzon, we have the Calabarzon, we have the Mimaropa, and we have the Bicol Region. Let's go now to the Visayas. 3 administrative regions. Why 3 only? I thought there was 4. Yes, there was 4 before. May 2015, there was an Executive Order 183 signed by former President Benigno Noynoy Aquino III, creating the composed of 2 provinces, Negros Occidental and Negros Oriental. However, in August 2017, it was dissolved by President Rodrigo Duterte by signing Executive Order number 38. So therefore, these 2 provinces, Negros Occidental and Negros Oriental, were reverted back to their original administrative regions, Western Visayas and Central Visayas, respectively. Then we go to Mindanao, the 3rd principal island group. 5 administrative regions. Of course, we have the Zamboanga Peninsula, we have the Northern Mindanao, We have also the Davao region. We have Soxarge and Caraga. And of course, the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Masla, Mindanao, as one autonomous region. Among these regions, there are 81 provinces. The newest province that was created is Davao Occidental. And under the provinces, there are 1,488 municipalities, 108 component cities, 33 highly urbanized cities, and 5 independent component cities. The 5 independent component cities in the Philippines are Ormoc City, Dagupan City, Santiago City, Cotabato City, and Naga City. Now, what are the differences between a component city, a highly urbanized city, and an independent component city? So based on the Local Government Code of the Philippines, particularly Republic Act number 7160, a highly urbanized city is a city with at least 200,000 inhabitants, a population of 200,000 certified by the Philippine Statistics Authority. Now you might be wondering, Philippine Statistics Authority, I thought it was National Statistics Office or NSO. So for the information of everybody, because many people were actually asking me, where do I need to get PSE birth certificate? Where do I need to get, where can I get this NSO marriage certificate? What is the difference between NSO and PSA? For everybody's information, PSA is now the Central Statistical Authority. 5 bureaus or government agencies, such as the National Statistical Coordination Board, or NSCB. This is the one computing our gross national product, gross domestic product, all the economic data that we are using. And then another one is the Bureau of Labor Employment Statistics, all statistics concerning about employment. And we have also the Bureau of Agriculture Statistics, about of course, technically about agriculture. Then we also have the Research and Training Council, Statistical Research and Training Council. And the last one is the National Statistics Office. These 5 offices were merged into one. And now we call it as Philippine Statistics Authority. PSA is now under as an attached agency of National Economic and Development Authority. So the population must be certified by the PSA with a latest annual income of 50 million pesos for highly urbanized cities. Now, what are these independent component cities? These independent component cities are cities whose charters prohibit their residents in voting for the provincial elective officials. And the rest, which are not defined, either highly urbanized cities or independent component cities, are regarded as component cities. Component cities and municipalities are under the jurisdiction of the provinces. Highly urbanized cities and independent component cities are regarded as independent cities. Barangays are under the jurisdiction of the respective municipalities and cities. So as of September 2020, based on the data provided by the Department of Interior and Local Government, we have 81 provinces, 146 cities, 1,488 municipalities, and 42,046 barangays. What is the main goal of the Local Government Code? Since we are talking about local government units here, so let us scrutinize to enjoy genuine and meaningful local autonomy and to enable LGUs to attain their fullest development as self-reliant communities and make them more effective partners in the attainment of national goals. Okay. Can you see me now? Okay, I hope. Okay. Now, self-reliant communities pertains to local autonomy, self-ruled, self-determination, and to make them more effective partners in the attainment of national goals, instituted through a system of decentralization. Now, we're going to talk about decentralization in my subsequent slides. decentralization of powers, authority, responsibilities, and resources. Now, the powers that are being defined here concerns about the power to tax the people, power of taxation, the power of eminent domain, the regulatory and corporate powers. But take note, the powers are merely delegated to the local government units because they do not have the inherent powers similar to a state unless we push for federal states or we push for the idea of federalism. And take note that these powers are power specific. What do we mean by that? The powers expressly granted by law should only be the powers transferred to the LGUs. Other powers, not explicitly stated by law, meaning by this law, by the Constitution, by the local government code, by the special laws creating them, shall retain to the national government agencies. Other laws which are not explicitly provided in those laws shall retain to the national government agencies. Authority, because they are given the enforcement of national and local laws and the securing of grants and loans. Responsibilities, we will talk about this because these are the basic functions under Section 17 of Republic Act 7160. And what are the resources that will be given to them? Human resources, because they can have staffing functions based on the CSC Civil Service Commission, material resources, as well as the financial resources, which is all about fiscal decentralization. Going on, okay. Okay. The concept and types of decentralization. How do we differentiate centralization from decentralization? So very common, systematic and consistent reservation of authority, that is centralization. Decentralization, dispersal of authority, systematic dispersal of authority. Now, looking at the definition and looking at the provisions of the local government code, which I was mentioned in my previous slide, powers, authority, responsibilities, and resources are concentrated in the national government in terms of centralization. In decentralization, the PAR, we call it PAR, powers, authority, responsibilities, and resources are transferred from the national government to semi-autonomous organizations, local government units, civil society organizations, non-government organizations, and or private sector. So I provided a legend here in order for you to understand what are these acronyms, what are the meanings of this acronym. So NG for national government, NG for national government agencies, then we have LGUs, PS for private sector, CSOs for the civil society organizations, NGOs, very, very familiar with to us, all of us, non-government organizations, and the GOCCs, government-owned and controlled corporations. Now, there are many school of thoughts about defining decentralization. There are also many theories on how they will classify decentralization. But speaking of Philippine setting, I divided it, I made this myself in terms of all the materials that I have here when it comes to political, administrative, fiscal, economic, or market type of decentralization. So according also, of course, with the definitions made by World Bank. So political. Political is the transfer of powers and authority to a subnational body. And what are the subnational body? These are the local government units pertaining to the Philippine setting. Now, the local autonomy that is actually infringed under the local government code is more of a political decentralization because we have to empower the local government units by giving them the powers, the authority, the responsibilities, and resources to become self-reliant communities. In administrative decentralization, it is more on the transferring of functions. transfer of functions from the national government to sub-levels of national government agencies, LGUs, NGOs, CISOs, or the private sector. So there are further classified, it is further classified into three, such as the concentration, delegation, and debureaucratization. In deconcentration, the functions are dispersed within the sub-levels of the national government agencies. For example, within the regional offices, within the division offices, within the district offices, within the field offices of the Department of Education, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Department of Public Works and Highways, and other national government agencies. The meaning of the concentration from the word itself, the functions are just deconcentrated within the sub-levels of the national government agencies. Delegation, it's more of a delineation of functions from the national government to semi-autonomous organizations. Now, what are these semi-autonomous organizations? These semi-autonomous organizations, the best example are the local health board, the local education board, because they are given the authority to decide on matters not involving the power or functions of respective national government agencies. So they are considered as semi-autonomous organizations. In the bureaucratization, transfer of functions from the national government to civil society organizations. So for example, to Greenpeace International, transfer of functions to USAID, transfer of functions to UNDP, United Nations Development Program, transfer of functions to LGSP or Local Governance System Program, or even to the private sector, which will lead to the fourth type of decentralization. But before that, let us discuss first fiscal. Under the Local Government Code of the Philippines, fiscal decentralization is actually composed of two: transfer of powers. Number one, the transfer of funds, meaning these are the financial resources that will be given to them, and also the power to create their own resources. We call it as the locally generated income of the local government units. And the fourth classification is economic or market. It's the transfer of functions exclusively performed by the national government to private sector. So, as we all know, we are very familiar with the build, operate, transfer. Those are actually modalities of a market decentralization. Public-private partnership, financing, building, and operating public facilities and services by the private sector. Privatization or divestiture, transfer of ownership, not just control, ownership and control of government assets. If it is a government assets, you call it divestiture. If the whole government-owned and controlled corporation was transferred, then you call it privatization to the private sector. And of course, we also have deregulation. So as you are familiar with oil deregulation, sugar deregulation, rice deregulation, and of course, the recent one that is being deregulated by the government is the emergence of the third telco in the Philippines, Dito. If you are familiar with Dito. So it is also an example of deregulation in markets dominated by GOCs or the private monopolists and oligopolists in the country, which also pertains, of course, to the private sector. So I just would like to emphasize that LGUs were actually given all these types of decentralization, but it is more focused on political decentralization. And another important feature is that in centralization, both control and supervision are vested in the President of the Philippines. However, in decentralization, mostly general supervision only from the President. So meaning, the decision-making power is given to each local chief executives of each local government unit. And the President of the Philippines is just the one who will generally supervise them. Okay. Now, basic responsibilities of LGUs. These are the basic responsibilities devolved to LGUs. To start with, the most important one, since we are talking about the COVID-19 pandemic, is the primary healthcare, maternal and child care diseases. So pasok na possibilities. Purchase of medicines and social welfare services for family, children, youth, women, elderly, disabled persons, even the rebel returnees and evacuees. And of course, general hygiene and sanitation. In terms of environmental protection and management, solid waste disposal system, storage and drainage system, community-based forest projects, management and control of communal forests, and enforcement of environmental laws. In terms of agriculture, so they have the on-site research and the extension. Of course, the support services for the planting materials distribution system and operation, inter-barangay irrigation system for the farmers, water and soil resource utilization, enforcement of fishery laws and conservation of mangroves, as well as the reclassification of agricultural lands. Now let's go to infrastructure. Maintenance and rehabilitation of roads, bridges, school buildings, health clinics, centers, library, public markets, even the fish ports, water supply system, parks, public cemetery, police and fire stations, jail, traffic signals, and even the road signs. Low-cost housing and mass dwellings under infrastructure also, transportation, and even the communication services, especially for the provinces and cities. Also with the tourism, maintenance of tourism facilities and tourist attractions such as parks, museums, maintenance of information and reading center, acquisition of equipment, regulation and supervision of business concessions. So basically, these are the basic devolved responsibilities and functions to local government units based on the provisions under Local Government Code of 1991. Aside from that, aside from the basic devolved responsibilities and functions, the local government units has also regulatory powers. Take note, okay? Regulatory, the Philippines, they do not have the interior. There was one Supreme Court rules have delegated police power, but only in the nature of regulation. So it means if a business establishment is doing an illegal activity, they cannot easily prohibit. Because in order for them to prohibit, they have to create a law. And the one who should create the law is the legislature, the Philippine legislature, of course, the Congress of the Philippines. We're speaking here of the House of Representatives and the Senate of the Philippines. But they can regulate based on the law that they will enforce, but the law should be created, of course, by the Philippine legislature. I just would like to emphasize that because the police power given to the local government units are regulatory in nature. Okay? So inspection of food products, adoption of quarantine regulations, enforcement of the National Building Code and approval of subdivision plans, regulation of real estate trade. They can also regulate the tricycle operations. And mind you, even the licensing of cockpits and handling of cockfights are included. Okay. LGUs are also called as municipal corporations. Why? Why they are called as public corporations or municipal corporations? It is because of their dual capacities as governmental subnational units and as proprietary corporations. So as public corporations, they have full local autonomy in the exercise of their own economic enterprises. They have the right to continuous succession, the right to be sued, the right to sue and the right to be sued, the right to have and use a corporate sale, the right to acquire and convey real or personal property, the right to enter into contracts, and other rights granted to a private corporation. Securing domestic or foreign grants, so they can secure domestic or foreign grants, these are donations, even without the approval of the national government agencies concerned. Okay, take note, they can secure domestic or foreign grants or donations. Not gifts, not bribes, but grants and donations. Next, obtaining debt or borrowing, undertaking to create indebtedness and avail of credit facilities to finance local infrastructure and other socio-economic development projects based on the approved local development plan and public investment program. So again, I would like to emphasize it must be based on the approved local development plan and public investment program. So if it is not included in the local development plan of the LGU, if it is not included in the public investment program of the LGU, then in short, they cannot obtain debt or borrowing either from internal or external sources. Okay, so dual capacities. So they can be a proprietary corporation because they can earn, they can generate their own income. Because as a while ago, I discussed to you fiscal decentralization. So there are two types. So they are given funds and they have also the power to generate their own revenues. That's why they have their own locally generated income. And going to that income, let's go now to the sources of funds of local government units. So the sources of funds of LGUs come from the external sources and local sources. So what are these internal sources and what are the external sources? Internal, local taxes, fees and charges, and the real rental income, of course, in their own properties, real estate properties that the local government unit own. External sources, we have the IRA, it means internal revenue allotment, which I will discuss further later in my subsequent slide. Grants or aids, because they can accept grants and aids. And the interlocal transfer. Interlocal transfer, these are the funds coming from other LGUs. For example, a municipality has a share in the local taxes collected by the provinces. A component city has also a share. So later on, I will also discuss that. Who has the share in the local taxes collected by the provinces and the cities. And even the barangays have also a share in the local taxes collected by corresponding cities and municipalities. So 66% external sources, 34% comes from local sources. So it means that majority of the local government units in the Philippines are dependent in external sources, particularly in their internal revenue allotment. In the provinces, 80.48% IRA and national shares. So based on this pie chart, it only means that the provinces are the most dependent. The 81 provinces are the most dependent in terms of internal revenue allotment, followed by the municipalities, 1,488 municipalities, which is 79.88%. And cities, 43.53%, because there are many revenue generating activities for the cities compared to provinces and municipalities, which I will show you later. Okay? Now, let's go to internal revenue allotment. This is the majority source, or the major source rather, the major source of funds of local government units. 40% share from the national taxes. So I will explain to you national taxes, the term national taxes, on collection of the third fiscal year preceding the current fiscal year. So what does it mean? For example, this year is 2021. The basis of the national taxes should be 2018. Third fiscal year preceding the current fiscal year. So the current fiscal year is 2021. The third fiscal year preceding the current fiscal year is 2018. So it must be based on the taxes collected in 2018. So each local government unit or each political subdivision of the state has its corresponding share. 23% for the provinces, 23% for the cities, 34% for the municipalities, and 20% for the barangays. Now, the basis of sharing for provinces, cities, and municipalities is based on their population, again, as certified by the Philippine Statistics Authority, 25% for land area, as certified by the Lands Management Bureau under the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and 25% for equal sharing. Now, what is equal sharing, ma'am? Equal sharing, that's why it is very important for you to know the number of LGUs in the Philippines, because the 25% is divided according to how many number of cities, how many number of provinces, how many number of municipalities. Yan po yung kanilang paghahati-hatian. Lahat ng lokal na pamahalaan, paghahati-hatian, depende kung ano ang kanilang bilang. Okay? In terms of barangay, 80,000 for each barangay with a population of not less than 100 inhabitants. And the balance is computed as follows: 60% for population and 40% for equal sharing. Okay, in terms of computation of the internal revenue allotment of each barangay, first you have to get the 20% of their share from the 40% share of the national taxes. You have to deduct 80,000 multiplied by the 42,046 barangays, and then the remaining amount or sum of money will now be according to their population and equal sharing. Okay. Since we use the term national taxes, before, 40% share from the national internal revenue taxes. It's not national taxes. However, because of the petitions made by Governor Hermelando Mandanas, now the congressman of Batangas, and Congressman Enrique Garcia Sr., who also initiated a petition in the Supreme Court of the Philippines, that when we say just share, it must not only include the taxes collected by the Bureau of Internal Revenue. It should come from all national taxes collected by the national government agencies. And the Supreme Court already ruled about that. It says that the basis of computation of LGUs must not be only the national internal revenue taxes collected by BIR, but it now includes national taxes collected by BIR and DOC, and even other the special taxes collected by other national government agencies. What is the effect with the amount of IRA that will be received by the local government units? 27.61% or 234.39 billion pesos increase in share of LGUs for fiscal year 2022. This Mandanas Garcia ruling was promulgated by the Supreme Court in 2018 and 2019. Now, it will take effect this coming year for fiscal year 2022. Imagine, from 848.44 billion pesos budget for IRA, it will now become 1.083 trillion. So it means that there will be more funds for the local government units. A lot of local government units are complaining, we do not have sufficient funds in order for us to effectively provide the government services to our constituents. So the problem is always the cost of devolved functions. We call it in public administration as CODEF. The cost of devolved functions is too high. We cannot provide anymore. Now, this is the answer based on the Mandanas Garcia ruling. I hope that this 234.39 billion increase in the share of LGUs for fiscal year 2022 will be translated into more effective, efficient, and economical services for their constituents. Okay? Basis of sharing, national government 60%, local government units 40%. So before, again, just to sum it up, it is based on the national internal revenue taxes collected by BIR only. But now, after the Mandanas Garcia ruling, starting 2019 as the basis for the LGU share or ERA share, it must be based from the national taxes collected by Bureau of Internal Revenue and by the Bureau of Customs. Of course, except those that are accruing to special purpose funds and special allotments for the utilization and development of the national wealth. Okay? Now, these are just enumeration so that you can have an idea. The local taxes, fees, and charges that are being generated by the LGUs. So I just want you to look into it because, for example, provinces, these are the taxes that can be collected by the provinces, by the cities, by the municipalities, and by the barangays. For the municipalities, as you can see in the real property tax, they have a share in the provinces. Barangays have also share in the real property tax collected by their corresponding municipalities or cities. Okay? So it is actually the table that I made is actually the summary of the local taxes, fees, and charges under, of course, the Philippine Constitution, under the National Internal Revenue Code of the Philippines, and under the Local Government Code of the Philippines, including in the IRR or implementing rules and regulations. As you can see, there are other fees and charges that are being collected from agriculture to tricycle to traffic to CAC even your mayor's permit and different kinds of permits in different LGUs. Okay? In short, this also pertains to fiscal decentralization because LGUs have given the power to create their own income. They have their own locally generated income. Okay, since we are talking about good governance, and Dr. Asturias has made a very powerful presentation in terms of what a good governance is. For local government units, they have also the seal of good local governance, which is given by the Department of Interior and Local Government. So it was already an act by virtue of Republic Act number 11292, creating the Seal of Good Local Governance Act of 2019. So before, there were only 7 criteria. Now, the added criteria are sustainable education, health compliance and responsiveness, as well as youth development. So let us go first with financial administration sustainability. What is this? So this is actually upholding fiscal discipline in instituting transparency and accountability in the use of public funds. Social protection and sensitivity is about the government, the local government efforts in providing vulnerable and marginalized sectors of the society. Sustainable education is the local government unit's efforts in institutionalizing educational reforms, as well as innovation and learning mechanisms. Safety, peace, and order, of course, these are the policies and programs of the local government units, of course, that will protect the people from the threat against their person or their property. Tourism, heritage, development, culture, and arts. So these are the programs and projects that must be implemented by the local government units in order to sustain the heritage and the culture within their territorial jurisdiction. And of course, in order to enhance the tourism in their own territorial jurisdiction. Disaster preparedness, this is about the local government units' efforts in not just in disaster preparedness, but also in disaster prevention, disaster mitigation, disaster response, disaster rehabilitation, and disaster recovery. Not only in terms of natural calamities, but also in terms of human-induced phenomena. Health compliance and responsiveness, very needed. This is a very needed criterion for this as one of the criteria of SGLG. So as we all know, we need to build more infrastructures, more building health facilities, and we also need to provide better health services for the people, especially in times of the COVID-19 pandemic. Business friendliness and competitiveness. So the easy way of doing business within the city, the easy way of doing business within a barangay, municipality, or province. So environmental management, of course, how to sustain environmental protection, the enforcement of the environmental laws within their territorial jurisdiction. And youth development, as added criterion, it speaks about the government efforts, the local government efforts in local governance, citizen participation, specifically the youth, and of course, their programs and projects in nation building, which involves the youth in general. So this seal of good local governance is actually a way of the government to gauge the performances of each LGU. Unfortunately, the SGLG of 2020 was not pushed through in 2020 because of the pandemic. But in 2021, no, as of this year, it will be pushed through by the DILG. Now, SGLG has also incentive fund for those who will be given the award or the seal of good local governance. Well, there are other awards or recognitions given to LGUs. Galing Pook Awards by Galing Pook Foundation. And of course, in collaboration with the DILG Local Government Academy. Good practices in local governance, the GoFar, Facility for Adaptation, initiated by the DILG, United Nations Development Program, the Local Governance System Program, the Seal of Good Housekeeping, as predecessor of SGLG in 2010, which was initiated by former DILG Secretary Jesse Robredo. And of course, the outstanding vow, Violence Against Women, Responsive LGU Award given by Philippine Commission on Women. We also have Digital Governance Awards by DILG and by DICT, or Department of Information and Communications Technology. And we also have the Quality Management Award. This Quality Management Award is the award given by the Government Quality Management Committee for those who have obtained their ISO certifications, which I will discuss later as an ISO lead auditor, because this is very important for the LGUs to have a complete certification, similar to what Lyceum of the Philippines University have, the ISO 9001 and the ISO 14001. Okay, so these awards are given by the Government Quality Management Committee to all LGUs who have complied and who have applied and attained full certification in ISO. Okay. Now, we go now with the fourth part of my topic, which is about the responses of the local government units in the COVID-19 situation. Now, I enumerated the common responses of all LGUs. In terms of health and sanitation management, we have seen health services and facilities, distribution of sanitary kits and medicines, disinfection of public places, e-consult, teleconsult, free testing, and vaccination. They all have that. Most of them, they have those programs, projects, and activities involving those. Digital information and data management, contact tracing up. Either it is being done online or it is being done through the health monitoring card. Of course, they have their own health monitoring system, online help desk, online marketing. So they have those kinds of programs. In terms of economic relief and sustainability, distribution of relief goods and government subsidy, or in Filipino we call it ayuda, livelihood projects and cash assistance program. For transportation and mobilization, we have seen many: mobile palengke, mobile tiyangke, mobile kitchen, mobile botika, free transportation, balik probinsya program. In terms of learning and development, free gadgets, tablet, even personal computer in some LGUs, they are giving. Not only for the students, but also for the teachers as well. Internet connection, I believe in San Juan, in Quezon City, there are some barangays who are giving. Also in the city of Manila, and also in Pasig City, free gadgets and internet connection, cash assistance for Wi-Fi and load allowance. So I just summed it up. These are the common efforts, responses made by the LGUs in terms of addressing or combating the COVID-19 pandemic. However, there are some local government units who rose above the challenges. and made extra efforts in providing public services for the people. So who are they? Let us see. Health and sanitation management category. This is my personal opinion to all the participants. This is my personal opinion, and the ranking is only made by me, okay? Based on my own research. And of course, based on the obtained data that I have accumulated in various local government units, as well as in various national government agencies that I am connected with. I give third to Pasig City. So have you seen the high-tech drone disinfectant? Wow, high-tech drone disinfectant. So that the people will not be vulnerable in the virus. So they use a high-tech drone disinfectant. I hope that all local government units have the same resources with Pasig City. I just hope. So that every local government unit has its own high-tech drone disinfectant. I give second award to Manila City. Free drive-through rapid tests. Not only for Manila residents, but also for non-Manila residents. Wow. Free rapid tests. And the first one, of course, for the first molecular diagnostic laboratory in the Philippines, Marikina City. So these three cities, there are many efforts in terms of health and sanitation management. Valenzuela City has also a lot of efforts made for the people, for their constituents. They also copied the best practices of Pasig City and Manila City. Even Baliwag, municipality of Baliwag in Bulacan, even Bacolod, they have their own health management system and the disaster recovery management plan. Even Davao, even General Santos City, they have very good health and sanitation management programs. But I give Marikina City, Manila City, and Pasig City as the three best in terms of health and sanitation management. Secondly, digital information and data management. Wow. This is the high time for the local government units to embrace data-driven approach. As we all know, knowledge is power. But nowadays, knowledge without power is futile. So you may believe or you may agree with me, knowledge without technology nowadays is futile. I give the third one to Makati City. I am one of the I am using the app. The Makati Send app is not only for the health measures mechanisms, no. It is also, kapag ikaw may nakita ka na may traffic violation doon sa lugar ninyo, taga Makati ka, ang gagawin mo lamang, kukuhaan mo ng picture using your mobile phone. Then, you just have to log into the app, send the picture, and report it. You don't need to go to any office of the city government of Makati. You don't need to go to the police station to report. Kapag ka naman nagbi-videoke yung iyong mga kapitbahay na sobrang ingay at naiingayan ka, nagidisturbo ka sa online class mo, o di kaya naman sa mga work meetings mo, pwede mong picturean, pwede mong i-record yung video, pwede mong i-send through that app. Kapag may emergency, you need an ambulance, you just go to the app, download it, emergency. Lahat ng emergency health numbers, emergency and health numbers, or hospital numbers are included in the application, in the mobile application. And it is downloadable via Google Play and via Apple Store. Okay? So I give it to Makati City as third. Now, Valenzuela City, second. Because no doubt about it, they just won the Best in COVID-19 Pandemic Response Award given by the Department of Information and Communications Technology in city category for its contact tracing app. According to DICT, because when one of the DICT personnel, why Valenzuela City? There are also many cities who are using the same vaccination registration, merchant login, citizen login, same with other local government units. Technology. Imagine that they have the most effective technology in terms of city category. Then we go to the province of Iloilo. They won the Best in COVID-19 Pandemic Response Award in provincial category for its reverse isolation and contact tracing application or RISTRAP. Ganda ng pangalan, ano? RISTRAP. Okay. What is the difference with the contact tracing app of province of Iloilo? In the province of Iloilo, it is by barangay. Kapag umalis ka sa barangay nyo, pupunta at monitoring card. And that health monitoring card will be encoded in the database of the provincial government. So they mandated all barangays under their jurisdiction to do it. So when the DICT checked, wow, each barangay, kapag umalis ka saan ka nagpunta or you transfer to another barangay, may record po sila. So ganon ang ginawa, no? If province of Iloilo can do it, why not all LGUs? So sana lahat merong technological infrastructure that can help other LGUs to do it. Thirdly, economic relief and sustainability. I give the third one to province. Free-range chicken raising project, chicks and feeds were provided by the LG. Hindi kami mga manok free. Yung chicken even produce more. We can sell it. We can actually add the supply of chicken in Mountain Province. Napakaganda po nito, ano? Napakagandang programa. Each household, you have to plant 5 kinds of vegetables. And if you have a senior citizen at home, at least two for the senior citizen. And they have community gardening in each barangay. Napakaganda, no? So, Bahay Ko, Garden Ko program. Again, this is about sustainability. How can they sustain their living? They have to plant, then grow, then eat. Plant, grow, eat mechanism. Okay. And of course, I give number 1 spot to Candaba, Pampanga. Although other LGUs have already this kind of program, but the first one who really initiated it is the municipality of Candaba in the province of Pampanga. Adopt a family program. 1 rich family adopted 1 poor family during ECQ. How beautiful it is. Sabi nga nila, kung lahat daw ng mayayaman may aampunin na isang mahihirap na pamilya, walang maghihirap sa Pilipinas. Mapapasana all ka na lang. Kung ang isang pamilya mag-a-adapt nga naman ng isang mahirap na pamilya na walang kakayahang bumuhay ng kanilang mga anak, napakagandang programa. So, these 3, for me, are the 3 best practices in terms of economic relief and sustainability. 4th one, transportation and mobilization. I give the 3rd one to a barangay. Nakakatuwa, no? Barangay Dila, Bay Laguna. This P2P service is just Ivan. Isang van lang po ito. Nag-ambag-ambag yung mga sangguniang kabataan para marentahan yung van. And this van provide the residents e-transportation going to and from the public market, especially during the enhanced community youth initiative. I give it to them, the 3rd spot. 2nd spot, Municipality of Carmona in Cavite. Bayan, may libreng delivery program. E-trikes were used to deliver essential goods to each household. Hindi ka makapamalengke, hindi ka maka-order kasi namamahalan ka sa delivery fee. ayaw mo mag-grab, ayaw mo maglalamove, ayaw mo rin mag Mr. Speedy o kung ano mang courier services yung iyong ina-avail. May sagot ang Carmona Cavite dyan. Sagot ko yung delivery sa bahay nyo. Nabigyan ko pa ng hanap buhay yung mga e-trikes na hindi makakabiyahe because of the government protocols. Okay? And the first one, ang paborito ng halos lahat ng mga mamamayan ngayon, pinag-uusapan, no? Pasig City. Grabe nga naman ang effort ng Pasig City. Mapapasana all nakatira na lang sa Pasig City. Pasig Transport Service with Sakay.ph app. Imagine, you can track kung nasaan ka with this Sakay.ph app in collaboration with Smart Telecommunications, in collaboration with Globe Telecom. Free shuttle, bike, and e-scooter for health personnel and essential workers. Marami tayong nakitang LGUs na may libreng sakay, free transportation. Pero sabi nga nila, iba si Biko, hindi lang free shuttle, may free bike, may free e-scooter din. At hindi lang yun may app pa wherein you can monitor the time, schedule of each shuttle. No, kung kailan yan dadaan sa inyong lugar para makasakay ka. Okay? Other efforts from other LGUs are being appreciated. San Juan City, Valenzuela City here in the National Capital Region. Quezon City also have Manila. No, marami, no? Pero ang kakaiba lang talaga dito sa Pasig City, meron pa silang app. Okay? For the fifth category, learning and development. Third, General Santos City. Maaaring napanood mo ito sa television, House to House Moving Up, wherein the LGU also took the opportunity to increase awareness of the early childhood care and development. So hindi lang sila nagpa-graduate, meron ding ginawang assessment. Okay? So napakalungkot nung mga magsisipagtapos na sa online lang nagsipagtapos. Iba pa rin syempre yung umaakyat ka sa entablado, tinatanggap mo yung iyong diploma, nakaharap ka sa lahat ng mga guro, nakaharap ka sa lahat ng mga kaklase at kamag-aaral mo, iba pa rin yung feeling o pakiramdam. So ginawa ng effort ng General Santos City na mag-house to house moving up. Taguig City, kung learning and development ang pag-uusapan, they have the Taguig Online Resources and Community Hub, which I think was also featured in the national television. For students, they have the Torch. Senior citizens, may Oscar sila. Online Senior Center and Resources. What are this? For the Online Senior Center and Resources or Oscar, the elderly or the senior citizens can actually watch movies. Pwede silang manood ng pelikula. So there are many resources for them. Dahil nga, hindi pwedeng magpunta sa mga sinihan, kahit na meron silang discount, or kahit na minsan libre silang manood, eto, may sagot ang Taguig City, Oscar. And of course, hindi lang para sa mga mag-aaral, hindi lang para sa mga nakatatanda, kundi para rin sa mga guro. They have the Cyber Lab 2.0. So napakaganda. The first one, I give this to Odiongan Romblon, Municipality of Odiongan. They have the Libro on the Go program. Napakaganda nito. Rolling out of books for free in 25 barangays. Nowadays, I realize most of us are only using our electronic gadgets. We are always dependent in using our mobile phones, our apps. Sometimes we forget to read. Napakagandang magbasa ng libro kaysa tumingin sa cellphone. Sa totoo lang. In my own perspective. Iba pa rin kapag nagbabasa ka ng libro kaysa nagbabasa ka ng e-book, e-module, e-assignment, o kung ano-ano mang nilagyan ng e because of the online learning experience that we have. Iba pa rin yung classic na nagbabasa ka ng hardbound or ng softbound na book. At nandun yung mga notes mo, nagha-highlight ka ng mga important insights that you have gathered from reading. At napakaganda nitong programa ng Libro on the Go program. Maliit lang yung track nila, kung mapapansin nyo, it's just a mini pick-up track, I guess. But if you have books, you can lend your books, then pwedeng ibalik doon sa barangay hall within 5 days or more, depending kung ano yung napag-usapan nyo sa barangay. At least marami kang mababasang libro. Hindi lang yung kung ano mong makikita sa social media o di kaya naman mapapanood sa television. So, check for all these best practices. But of course, there are also other practices doing by the local government units that we must emulate. But for me, these are the 15 best practices according to each category. Okay. Top 5 LGUs with highest approval rating in fighting COVID-19. Sino po ba ang mga nanguna? Sino-sino sila? Valenzuela, of course, Mayor Rex Gatchalian. Pasig, paborito ito ng lahat, Mayor Vico Soto. Manila, of course, Mayor Isko Moreno. For Marikina, Mayor Marcy Teodoro. And in Taguig, Mayor Lino Cayetano. Kung mapapansin nyo, itong limang to, kasama halos sila sa 15 best practices ko. Okay? Now, this is now the realization stage. What are my policy recommendations for LGUs? Number 1, data management system. Again, this is the high time for the LGUs to embrace a data-driven approach. Create an online database monitoring system for each LGU which contains basic and necessary demographic profile of its constituents. Ladies and gentlemen, oras na po para gumawa tayo ng isang maayos na sistema. Naranasan ko sa isang barangay, wala man lamang silang listahan ng mga mamamayan na kabilang sa kanilang barangay. Noong nagkabigayan ng ayuda, kailangan mo pang magsulat ng papel, magsulat sa papel, no? At kailangan mo pang magbigay ng mga kaukulang datos na magsesertipika na ikaw nga ay tunay na mamamayan na nabibilang sa kanilang barangay. So napakasaklap. Ito yung nagpapatagal doon sa proseso ng pagkuha natin ng ayuda o kung ano pa man na pwedeng ibigay ng lokal na pamahalaan sa atin. So, online database monitoring system for each LGU, bawat isang LGU. Because if each barangay has its own database monitoring system, it can actually replicate to their corresponding municipalities, cities, and provinces. So napakaganda kung kumpleto. Of course, without violation with the Data Privacy Act. Because what you need to ask are only the basic and necessary demographic profile with the consent and approval, of course, of your constituents. Para dito pa lang ma-determine mo na how many families are there in one barangay? How many families in one household? And how many households in one family? Dahil magkaiba yun eh. So if it is per household, ilang bahay ang meron dyan. Pero sa isang bahay, ilang pamilya ba ang nakatira? At sa isang pamilya, ilan ba dito ang nagtatrabaho? Ilan ba dito ang walang trabaho? Sa isang pamilya, ilan ba ang single? Ilan ba ang may asawa? Okay? Sa isang pamilya, ilan ba ang senior citizen? Ilan ba ang mga bata? So you can now determine each specific datum that will need you or that will actually give you a hint to create effective policies and programs for the people. You cannot devise a specific program or policy without determining the right target. Diba? Kumbaga, you have to be very specific. Who are your target beneficiaries? Who are your target participants? You should know before you roll out, before you distribute the public goods. And in order to know that, you should have your own database. Ilang pamilya ang kailangan bigyan ng tulong? Ilang pamilya ang nangangailangan talaga? And this will also answer the problem, who should be prioritized? Who are the families who actually belong to the vulnerable and marginalized sectors of the society? Who are the poorest of the poor? See? So if you have the data, it will be very easy for you to determine who should be prioritized, especially in times of this COVID-19 pandemic. Number two, utilization of quick response fund or the QRF. Just to give you an idea, disaster, risk reduction, and management, 20% of this is allotted to LDR MMF, Local Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Fund. And 30% of this is allotted to Quick Response Fund. This is the fund given by the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council, to each LGU. But of course, the source of funds is also coming from the locally sourced general income of each LGU. Kaya lang, ano po ba ang nangyayari? Supposed to be, each LGU must have their own standby funds. Standby nga eh, by its term, standby. No? However, parang sa isang pamilya, kung ikukumpara mo, meron kang kasakit, wag naman po sana, may magkasakit sa isang miyembro ng iyong pamilya. Kaso, nagkaroon ng Shopee 15-15 day sale, nagkaroon ng Lazada sale, ayan na, nagastos mo na yung 5,000 allotted as your standby fund, as your emergency fund. So what I would like to point out here is that this QRF must be regarded as standby funds per se because they already have the LDRRMF. And this LDRRMF or Local Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Fund should cover risk prevention and mitigation, as I said a while ago, risk preparedness, risk response, risk rehabilitation, and risk recovery programs. Meron ka na nun. And yet, there are some LGUs who are still using the QRF. Wala pang aberya, wala pang trahedya, wala pang pandemya, wala ng pera. So it is high time for us, for each LGU, just keep it. Standby funds. Well, within 5 years, if you did not use the standby funds, it will go back to the general fund. So there is no problem. But what is the essence of it? The term itself, Quick Response Fund. Sometimes, if you don't have the QRF, you need to request for additional funding from the national government. So the NDRRMC has its own calamity fund. So but there are built-in funds, 3 to 5 departments, DepEd, DPWH, DND, Department of Agriculture, and even the Department of National Defense. So in this particular case, again, DepEd, DPWH, DND, Department of Agriculture, and of course the Department of Social Welfare and Development. So 5 departments. These 5 departments have their own QRF. National government agencies, local government units, they have their own QRF. National government agencies, they have their own QRF. Pag wala ng QRF ang LGU, pwede silang mag-request doon sa 5 departments na merong mga built-in funds. But in order for them to request for these funds, it will take a lot of time. Why? Because there are processes that need to be done and documentary requirements that need to be submitted to each department. So sa halip na quick, hindi na siya nagiging quick. Diba? Hindi na siya nagiging quick. Kaya kung mapapansin niyo, during this time of pandemic, there are some LGUs napakabilis magpadala ng mga relief goods. Meron namang mga LGUs na napakabagal. And there were so many memes in social media criticizing their own local chief executive. Nako, natutulog pa po kaya si Mayor ganito. Kami po sa ganitong syudad ay nakatanggap na. Yung iba hindi pa po nakatatanggap, baka natutulog pa. So there were so many memes. And maybe one of the problems is this, because they do not have the quick response fund in order to provide quick relief and recovery programs for those who are affected by the calamity or by the disaster or by this pandemic. Third, quality management system. Oras na po, panahon na. There is already the Government Quality Management Committee. So this was established by the national government. But again, it is not enough. Nakukulangan po ako because there were only 28 LGUs who have ISO certifications. And the first province who obtained ISO certification is Ilocos Norte. Napakagaling ng Ilocos Region. Ilocos Region, Ilocos Norte, Pangasinan, La Union, and Ilocos Sur have ISO certifications. So malaking check sa Region 1, Ilocos Region. But of course, other cities like Pasig, Muntinlupa, Marikina, Quezon City, Makati City, they have also certifications from ISO. I just would like to give you a basic information about ISO. So bakit ko ba tinatawag ito na ISO? Ang meaning naman talaga niyan, International Organization for Standardization. So dapat IOS. Because it comes from the Greek word isos. Isos means equal. So we call it ISO because if you translate the International Organization for Standardization in other languages, it could have a different acronym. Now, if each LGU will apply and conform to the international standards, there will be no tedious processes. There will be no cumbersome procedures. There will be no long waiting in various government offices. So lahat tayo nagre-reklamo na ang bagal, bali ang sistema. So ito ang sagot. If we will require each LGU to conform with the international standards, there will be internal auditing procedures in each local government unit. Not particularly in the office of the mayor or office of the governor, no. In each respective offices of the local government unit. So they must acquire or apply for a certification. So certification of 9001 based on the version of 2015 is the latest one for quality management system. And more so, mas maganda if they can also apply for the PMS or the performance management system ISO 14001. Better, no? So, one, we start with the data. Kailangan meron silang mga tamang datos. Two, kailangan may pondo, agarang pondo na pwedeng magamit. Three, ayusin natin yung proseso. Okay? Number 4, augmentation of health facilities and personnel. Prioritize hiring of health personnel, purchasing of medical equipment, building health facilities in terms of public budgeting, and institutionalizing reforms in the local level. Panahon na po, no? Kaya nga may tinatawag tayo na project obvious and project discrete. Have you seen any local government unit bragging that they have bought an ECG machine? Have you seen a specific local government unit bragging that they have their own ultrasound machine or an X-ray machine? Parang bihira yata, no? Pero anong nakikita natin? Yung mga project obvious na tinatawag. Ano ba ito? Maayos na kalsada. Ngayong araw, sa susunod na linggo, baku-baku na, inaayos na. Magtataka ka, maayos pa yun ah. Bakit kaya ngayon ay meron na namang gumagawa? It costs traffic. Waiting shed. Kitang-kita, may pangalan pa ng kung sino mang alkalde. O hindi kaya barangay official. Kitang-kita. Okay? Repainting of schools or museums or parks. Kitang-kita. Rehabilitation of parks. Kitang-kita. Public place. But have we seen that the government really prioritized health management system? Meron kaya sa atin na isa man lang na local government unit na, bili nga tayo ng ultrasound machine para yung mga buntis na ating mga kababayan hindi na sila magpagamot or magpulse na mahal ang singil, mahal ang singil sa ultrasound. O di kaya ECG, o di kaya X-ray machine. Bigay na natin to ng libre, ilagay natin sa ating mga public health center para libre na. No. But because of this COVID-19, this is now the time for the local chief executive to prioritize hiring of health personnel, building health facilities, and to purchase medical equipment for the people. Alam naman natin na health should be the primordial goal. In not only during times of pandemic, but in the entire phenomenon that we are experiencing, kailangan na kailangan talaga ito. And this is the time for them to prioritize. Sana mas marami yung mga project discrete na wala yung kanilang mga pangalan at iwasan o bawasan. No? I'm not saying that the infrastructure projects, for example, constructing roads, bridges, waiting sheds, or rehabilitating parks are not important. I'm not saying that they are not important. What I am emphasizing here is that there are more important projects that need to be implemented in their own jurisdiction. And this time, health naman ang piliin natin. Number 5, economic recovery plan. Design an effective plan to resume economic activities in line with the recommendations of the National Economic Development Authority, Securities and Exchange Commission, as well as the Department of Trade and Industry. Yes, each LGU must have its own economic recovery plan, but it must be in line with the recommendations made by NEDA, SEC, and DTI. Because the problem coming from a corporate sector, changing of policies by the government from time to time. Maglalabas ng memorandum order, maglalabas ng specific ordinance. After how many months babaguhin? Even the private sector, I'm in compliance department. We are having a hard time to comply because of the changing policies of the government. So they should plan and design effective strategies that will help us recover economically. Those are the 5 policy recommendations for LGUs. Now, how about for the participants here in this webinar? I have few takeaways for you before I end my presentation. The first one is slow to know. Are you slow to know? Because beware, not all information in social media platforms are true, accurate, and correct. Fact check. Research. Nakakatawa, nakatatawang isipin. Maraming memes na nakikita o di kaya mga posts or comments sa Facebook, particularly in Facebook. May isang alkalde na kilalang kilala na napakaganda ng kanyang ipinakita nitong COVID-19 pandemic. Pinatatakbong Pangulo o di kaya Vice Pangulo or pangalawang Pangulo sa susunod na eleksyon, this coming 2022 national elections. But did you how old is he? And what is the age requirement of the Philippines? Did you know that? Did you know 17? 32 years old pa lang po siya. So nakatatawang isipin, pinatatakbo mo, gusto mo itong manalo, unang-una hindi pwede. Age requirement pa lang hindi na. Kahit gustuhin man nating lahat na siya ang tumakbo at manalo bilang Pangulo, di kaya Vice Pangulo. Dahil 40 years of age ang requirement under the Philippine Constitution. So meron ding isa na nagsasabi naman, komento about the West Philippine Sea. Ibigay na lang natin ang West Philippine Sea. Hindi naman yan sa atin. May kapalit naman yan na tulong sa China. Okay. So I will leave you to that. That's a comment. So kung yan ang kanyang personal opinion, we respect that. We respect that. No? Tinatanggap natin yan. Pero kung titingnan mo, are you sure? If China is really giving us help, did you have concrete data that will prove your argument? Did you research if West Philippine Sea is really part of China or is it part of the Philippines? Nanalo nga ba talaga tayo? O natalo ba talaga tayo? Did you research? Now, it will boil down to the second, think to link. Before you comment, suggest or recommend anything, make sure you have analyzed the situation very well, especially in times of pandemic. Because the mental health of each individual nowadays is different. Imagine here, no? Ang hirap sa akin actually na magsalita na parang wala akong kausap. And I am just alone in my unit. Pero iba pa rin yung may eye contact sa audience mo na nakikita mo sila kung ano yung kanilang reaksyon sa sinasabi mo. Natutuwa ba sila? Inaantok na ba sila? May natututunan ba sila? Gising pa kaya sila? O may iba ng ginagawa at hindi na interesadong makinig sa'yo? So sometimes, we fail to analyze the situation very well. Basta like lang tayo, click lang tayo, love lang tayo, or heart lang tayo, and that's it. And this particular comment, suggestion, or recommendation can sometimes kill a person. Psychological ang effect. Diba? Ma'am, nag-comment lang ako, nag-suggest lang ako. It's part of my freedom of expression. Tama. Parte yan, no? But before you comment, suggest, or recommend, take note. Who will be affected? Is it fair? Is it just? Is it the truth? Kaya babalik ka dun sa number 1. Nag-research ka pa, totoo ba yan? Is it a fact or fake news? Tapos makaka-apekto sa mga makakabasa. Kundi naman that it will lead to suicide. Yes, it happened. It can also lead to confusion. Nagbigay ka ng mga information mali-mali, na-confuse yung tao. Nagbigay ka ng information hindi tama. Nag-away yung mga followers sa isang page dahil sa sinabi mo. So it can create social disintegration. Okay? It defies unity. Okay? The third one, labelment and or LGUs is not a solution, but a repercussion of bad choices. Okay? Some of you may disagree, some of you may agree. Aba, kailangan talagang sisihin ng gobyerno. Nagkulang sila. Sino sisisihin namin? Yung nanay ko, yung tatay ko, yung ate ko, o di kaya yung aso namin. Okay. Quiet. Stop ka muna. If you think blaming is the solution, as Robert Kiyosaki says, when people are lame, they love to blame. If you keep on blaming the government for any programs, projects, or activities that you don't like about them, or any policies that they are implementing or executing that you don't like, or you don't agree with, then be it. That's part of your public opinion. That's part. Why are they in the position? Bakit sila nakaluklok sa kanilang mga pwesto? Bakit sila nandoon? Kaya nga sinasabi ko, sa lahat ng, in all my webinars, kung mayroong isang proyekto, programa o aktibidad, ang gobyerno na kapuri-puri, pumuri ka naman. Kung may isang proyekto, programa o aktibidad, nakapuna-puna, abay pumuna ka. Pero kung ang nakikita mo lang lahat ay tama, o di kaya naman lahat ay mali, may problema ka. Because seeing the positive side in any situation, in any personality, in any entity, whether it is in the private or public sector, is a gift. Gift ito. That you see the positive side out of the bad situation that is happening. As you can see, is politics dirty? It depends whether you see it half full or half empty. Is the person good? It depends on the yin-yang principle, because he or she has good or bad side. See? That's how you open up your mind in all the dilemmas that we are encountering. Sabi nga ni Alexandra 13, kung nanonood kayo ng 13 sa Netflix, malawak na pangunawa ang sagot sa mapayapang buhay. Malawak na pangunawa. Ngayon, if you don't like them, choose better in 2022. Again, I will ask you, why are they in the position? They are elective officials. Because you chose them before. Ngayon, pipili ka pa ba ng mga kapuna-puna? Pipili ka pa ba ng paulit-ulit na sila na lang palagi? Pipili ka na lang ba ng mga dinastiya na hindi maganda? Pipili ka pa ba ng mga politiko na nagpakita ng hindi kaaya-aya noong mga panahon ng pandemya? Well, you have to choose better in 2022. You have to reevaluate your choices. And fourthly, care to share. Embrace the new normal with a kind and generous heart to gradually recover economically, mentally, and spiritually. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the midst of pandemic. This is not the time for us na mag-away-away. This is not the time for us na magsungit sa bawat isa. This is not the time for us na magdamot ng mga impormasyon na meron tayong pwedeng ibigay o i-share sa iba. Because caring and sharing is not just about giving your financial resources. Caring and sharing is also about information. It's also about pieces of advice. It's also about school of thoughts. It's all about idealization or ideologies that you want others to emulate from you or that you want others to follow you. That can actually change their way of thinking. Because everything starts with the mind and then the mind motions. So I hope we can rebuild the nation as one. But before we rebuild, let us research the facts, the truth, accurately. Let us rethink of the options and our choices in the upcoming 2022 national elections. And hopefully, let us rebuild the nation with positive thinking, with a kind and generous heart. As an end note and as an ending statement, I would like to give credit to the father of local government code. According to him, the late Senator Aquilino Nene Pimentel Jr. That's why I'm saying people should speak out. We're a democracy. Huwag tayong papayag-payag na kung ano ang gawin nila, okay lang. No! Kung mali sila, we'll tell them na mali sila. Ladies and gentlemen, kung alam mo na mali sila, sabihin mo na mali sila. Hindi ito yung oras na kailangan matakot ka. Hindi ito yung oras na kailangan maduwag ka. Ito yung oras na kailangan mong tumindig at magsalita kahit ito ay masakit at kahit ito ay mabigat. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much, LPU.
Thank you, Ms. Grace Ronquillo, for that very informative talk. Thank you for enlightening us about the systems of local government units and related systems, such as the non-government organization and agencies. Your talk serves as a reminder for us to decide who should we be voting in the 2022 elections. In this, I ask every young people 18 years old and above and every unregistered 18 years old and above individuals to go register in the COMELEC online and in your local municipalities. Our voice must be heard in this time of situation. Again, you can type your questions in the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. As of this moment, we have 3 questions that would be discussed later. And just a reminder, state to whom do you address the question. Moreover, the evaluation link will be typed later during the third speaker in the chat box. The evaluation link is needed to be accomplished until today. for you to have an e-certificate of participation. Just a reminder, double check your answer so we cannot have discrepancies in giving your certificate. Miss Grace, can you end your share screen po? Thank you, Miss Grace. Again, thank you, Miss Grace, for your informative talk, very informative talk. And for the meantime, we will have a 5-minute wellness break. We will return at 4:05 p.m. We'll see each at 4:05 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Right. I hope you guys have enjoyed the 5-minute wellness break. Let us resume. May we inform everyone that we will be having a next webinar on July 3, 2021, Saturday, that from 1 o'clock p.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. The webinar is entitled as Ibayo, webinar hinggil sa engkwentro at karanasang Pilipino-Amerikano at nagtutunggaling pananaw sa kasaysayang Pilipino as a participation to the historic year of 2021. Again, the accomplishment of evaluation link in the chat box will be typed during the third speaker. This evaluation link is needed to be accomplished until today for you to have an e-certificate of participation. I hope you are all ready to hear and listen to our valuable speakers as they give us information about the COVID-19 and governance. Again, welcome to the COVID-19 and Good Governance Best Practices in Response to the Pandemic, a webinar organized by the Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management and the College of Arts and Sciences. To introduce us to the last speaker, let us welcome Mr. Jomelson Tornea, faculty member at the Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management. Mr. Tornea.
Good afternoon. Our next speaker is an academician. He is teaching political science and public administration in various schools such as FEU Manila, St. Scholastica's College, Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila at Universidad de Manila. Currently, he is handling social sciences subject in Lyceum of the Philippines University. He is a proud scholar ng bayan as he finished his bachelor's degree in public administration and governance, his master's degree in public administration, and currently writing his dissertation paper for his doctorate degree in public administration in the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, or PUP. Our next speaker is an advocate of youth's voice on their rights and responsibilities and voters' education as citizens of the state. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Odranreb Guillermo.
Thank you, Mr. Tornea, for that introduction. Muli, isang mapagpalayang hapon sa ating lahat. I want to begin this by first extending my deepest gratitude and kumbaga sincere thanks to the Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management, kung saan kabilang din po ako under, of course, the leadership, a very active leadership of Dr. Abigail Carlos, with the power support team of the members of the department, especially Ma'am Joby Quadra, Dr. Angel Damilig, Sir Joseph Donggel, Ma'am Camille, Sir Jason, Sir Nico, and Ma'am Nelda, Sir Nestor. And again, I want to say thank you first and foremost to this wonderful team for including me to be part of this event. To be honest, my dear listeners, when I received the invitation, I was pressured and kind of shaken, no, because of two reasons. Number one, the topic that was kumbaga given to me, I will explain to you later why, and mainly this reason why kung bakit medyo ako takot o medyo kinakabahan nung nakita ko or nung sinabi na I will be having this talk is because of the roster of this webinar. So as you witness yung first two speakers natin, there's no question. I'm telling you guys, I really know these two distinguished people. They are very credible and they are really kumbaga considered expert on their chosen field. So Dr. Asturias was also a friend of mine. Talagang I have this high regards to this person, not only as a friend, but also as a colleague, an academician. Naalala ko pa, if you can, I don't know if you can still remember this, Dr. Asturias, if you're still there or you're listening right now, when I invited you to actually discuss a certain topic po doon sa subject na agrarian reform and taxation. So you graced my invitation and nag-discuss ka nga sa klase ko. And imagine the following meeting, my students were kept on asking, nasaan si Dr. Asturias? Sir, kailan ulit magsasalita si Dr. Asturias? Sir, baka pwede naman pag-discussin mo siya ulit. So ganun ka-effective and ganun kasarap maging teacher itong si Dr. Asturias, and based on his qualification, yung kanyang credentials a while ago, that's why sabi ko talagang bigatin, and of course the second speaker talagang sobrang taas nung tingin ko dito sa taong to, because first and foremost, she was my teacher when I was in college. Plus in fact, I am telling this to my colleagues, sabi ko sa chat namin kanina, nung narinig ko ulit yung boses ni Ma'am Grace Ronquillo, bumalik ulit yung takot, yung takot as a student. Kasi si Ma'am Grace Ronquillo, yung quality of voice, napakabuo, and this is medyo loud, medyo high intonation class. So every time na darating yan, subject namin, intro to public ad, talagang kumbaga terrified kami. Kasi especially yung kind of presentation, yung strategy ni Ma'am Grace Ronquillo na question and answer class. But class, just to tell you, Ma'am Grace is one of those iilan lang na summa cum laude ng pamantasan namin in PUP. Plus, and we are very lucky that she was actually part of our world. She finished also her bachelor's degree in public administration. And Ma'am Grace, if you are still listening, if you are listening right now, I would just want to say thank you, kasi you've been our inspiration. Actually, sa yung batch namin, you've been our inspiration why we fell in love with public administration. Class, tawag namin sa kanya si Ma'am Suma. Kasi because of ayun na nga, summa cum laude. So I will again, ito yung pressure na sinasabi ko a while ago. Imagine sa roster, sa lineup, after listening with those two distinguished speakers, kumbaga the challenge for me is how to maintain that expectation of our listeners for today. Kasi grabe, and I know grabe, bombarded na kayo, information overload na kayo with the things and kumbaga informations shared by the two speakers a while ago. But don't worry, I'll try to give justice on the topic that was given to me. Ayan. So, and because of time constraint, I'll try my best also na to somehow limit the duration of the time, kasi I know as I was listening, I'm also looking at the questions posted by the listeners, and they are good questions, and as much as possible, and i-adjust ko na lang yung time ko para naman matanong lahat, kasi I know there are lots of questions regarding on this today's webinar. So let's start. Let me share my screen. Yeah, desktop. Ayan. And can you see my screen now?
Yes,
my
sir.
dear students, listeners, and thank you so much.
Yes,
so
sir.
my talk for today, I devised a title, a glance of the bright side. And why not? So it falls under the theme of evaluating or examining the best practices of Philippine government's response on COVID-19 pandemic. So as I told you a while ago, the two reasons why I felt so nervous, pressured, and talaga yung kaba when I accepted or when I received the invitation, mainly it's because of the topic. Kasi I know my colleagues here and even my students. I've seen many students of mine, former students and mga current students ko in LPU. Kumbaga, I'm very critical. Actually, to be honest, I'm very critical towards the present administration today. Plus, but as guys, let me clear my stand and establish my ground that somehow will kumbaga understand, will give you a better understanding on the flow of my discussion today. Let it be clear, I'm not an opposition, I'm not a dilawan or whatever term na kung ano man tawag nyo dyan. At the same time, I'm not also a DDS. Yes, and who am I? I'm an academician. I'm a political science graduate with specialization in public administration. I'm a professor teaching political science in Barge School, and most importantly, I am a citizen of this country. So I always tell this to my students. Every time that kumbaga especially pag political science yan, yung mga students ko dito, you know that when I open the semester, my first question actually is, what is your view about our government? What is your say? What is your side about our government, especially today's present administration or government? And most of them, actually, especially when I ask them, what is for you, when you hear the word politics, ano yung una yung naiisip? So most of them told me or answered more on the negative connotation of politics, of government. Sir, nakakasawang makinig ng balita, sir, nakakasawang pag-usapan to because same lang naman yung issue, it's all about corruption. So that's the usual negative connotation attached when we say politics or government. But the good thing, when you are in the academy, kasi especially when you are teaching about the government, and I made sure that my students will realize this, kumbaga, it's not bad, as mentioned by Miss Grace Ronquillo. Kasi it's not bad to criticize the government. And at the same time, it's not also bad to somehow recognize and appreciate also the good side, of course, of the government. What is kumbaga, what is important here is that we participate in the discussion or makialam, at dapat may pakialam tayo sa tinatawag nating gobyerno. Kasi I told them, government will not be a government without you. We are the most important or the vital element of the state, and at the same time the most important ingredient of the government. The reason why may gobyerno is because of us. The reason kung ba't ganyan ang gobyerno is because of us. Plus and anything that the government do or kung ano man ang gawin ng gobyerno, the first receiver of those impact, ang una maapektuhan is no other than us, tayo. That's why I encourage them to participate, to involve themselves in the political discussions or issues related to the government, whether it is negative or whether it is positive. Guys, that's why during discussion in my class, talagang we really look on the neutral stand of the government. As mentioned by Miss Grace Ronquillo a while ago, may problema ka kung puro pangit lang. That's the sad thing about tawag doon, about politics today. Nowadays it's common to see our society divided into different segments, each with different perspective as to how the policies were undertaken by this administration or government. But as I've told you a while ago, walang mali if we appreciate also the good side of this government, especially sabi ko yung tinatawag nating constructive criticism. Na talaga lagi kong sinasabi sa government na kumbaga, don't be afraid to speak out whether you are criticizing the government negatively or on the other hand saying things positively about the government. Kahit na meron tayong iba't ibang ideologies, kasi the importance of constructive criticism. Kasi I made sure to my student that try to recognize, sabi ko sa inyo, napakaganda ang purpose ng government sa ating lipunan. This is actually a social institution that has a very vital role in our society. Kung titignan nyo, do not pray na sana mawala ang government. I always tell that to my student. Gaano man kayo kagalit sa gobyerno, kasi do not pray na mawala ang gobyerno. Plus, kasi if government will be removed in our society, or the institution of the government will be removed, nagkakaroon tayo ng anarchy na tinatawag. And at the same time, also respect others, the views of other people, especially, kasi I know, sabi ko nga sa inyo a while ago, I felt pressured on how will I justify my talk today, especially citing best practices of the national government in terms of its response to COVID-19 pandemic. But then, in constructive criticism, supporting one's country's policy and decision is one part of keeping it on the path of prosperity and development, while being vigilant about them and highlighting loopholes in policies are also needed in democracy. Even political scientists believe that praise and support of people are very crucial in maintaining efficient governance, as it keeps leaders and bureaucrats motivated to work more to increase the overall output of government activities on the ground. In other words, constructive criticism involves your opinion, your reaction, whether it's objection or support. But what is the importance and grace behind constructive criticism is that it gives us the true essence of what we call democracy. Class, whether it's positive or negative, they both triggers the government to move. If you have this negative or objection on the doings of the government, you may you are actually telling them that there are things needed to be improved. The reason nagagalaw ang gobyerno. And at the same time, if you praise the government, valid praising and deserved praise ng gobyerno, you're also motivating them, inspiring them to move and to do and to serve. The most the utmost ng purpose of government is to serve the state, to serve the people. Okay, so my dear listeners, my dear students, I know na kasi lagi na lang tayo nakakarinig even in balita, in radio, in even in family discourses about the government, about the COVID-19 response. We are really divided. And as to the survey, 2020 survey, I'm not sure if it's SWS or Pulse Asia, na kumbaga majority of the Filipinos are not satisfied with how the government is handling plus itong COVID-19. But again, as my talk for today is not actually highlighting the bad side or the maybe the misdeeds, yung kakulangan ng gobyerno, but glance let's look at the brighter side, a glance of the brighter side of the good deeds, or how we can consider best practices of this government in terms of responding during this pandemic. And again, disclaimer lang po, this is just my own opinion based on also on my research, based on the different theoretical framework in public administration in relationship to good governance, like the works of David Osborne, Reinventing the Government, yung ating mga Filipino public administration scholars like Alex Brillante, Raul P. de Guzman, and mga traditional nating ethical theories of scientific management theory of Frederick Taylor. So again, my dear listeners, let's try. I'm not saying that you need to accept. You believe on the yung mga susunod na mga PowerPoint presentations natin, especially on the best practices of this national government in terms of its response to pandemic. But as Dr. Asturias mentioned a while ago, have an open mind. Use your constructive criticism. Let's give credit where credit is due. So let's go on to the best practices of the national government during this pandemic. So yun, let's examining or evaluating the best practices of Philippine government response on COVID-19 pandemic. Ayan. So first, it's very important. I believe on this that it's very important to include and to put into consideration. Plus yung kumbaga ano yung lagay natin before this virus came into our country. Plus how prepared were we during that time? Let's remember we were shocked. I always tell this to my students, especially if we have this discourse about kung ano yung mga pangit na nangyayari o ginawa o ano yung kakulangan ng gobyerno. Plus I always tell them that kumbaga please anchor also on our discourse. Yung kumbaga we're not prepared. Plus lahat every country even the strongest countries in the world, America, Japan, even UK, look at what happened to Italy. No one was prepared about no one was prepared about COVID-19. So let's remember, we were shocked by that on that moment. So just like Dr. Asturias, I'll just want to give you kumbaga a simple timeline of this pandemic dito sa ating Pilipinas. So December 31, 2019, the first novel coronavirus outbreak is reported in Wuhan, China. Plus December 31, classmate, we just listeners, we just finished celebrating Christmas and then papasok na ang year 2020. Plus, and kung you try to reflect during that time, I don't if I'm not sure if you will agree with me, pero 'di ba? At the moment that we heard about the virus, wala, parang simple lang yung reaction natin. Plus just like yung SARS SARS from other country that previous years, naniwala tayo na hindi darating yan sa Pilipinas. In fact, parang hindi nga laman ng balita masyado eh. 'Di ba? If you try to remember during that time. Even on January 5, 2020, the Department of Health orders tighter checks, but there is no ban muna on incoming flights and even outgoing flights. Plus checks on inbound travelers as mysterious pneumonia spread in China. January 27, 2020, 14 individuals, Filipinos, were under probe for suspected coronavirus in PH. Ito yung isa sa mga dahilan that's why kumbaga hindi natin sineryoso masyado tong COVID sa mga unang panahon na yan, because this 14 turned out to be negative. And DOH came out on television and said, and even the president said, wow, don't be scared. Wala pang COVID dito sa Pilipinas. Plus, and we believe, kasi they said, kumbaga, scientifically, and they've proven na wala pa naman. So continuous pa rin yung normal life natin during that time. But on January 28, as a preparation, DOH already convenes the first Interagency Task Force, or IATF, for management of emerging infectious diseases. And January 29, ito isa sa I know most of us here medyo tumaas ang kilay. In fact, others were kumbaga violently reacted when the president mentioned that he is not keen on banning travel to China amid coronavirus scare. Plus he has this many reasons kung bakit hindi pa kailangan. Guys, magkaroon ng ban ng travel restriction and yung entry po ng mga Chinese national here in the Philippines. Plus, so on January 29, the Philippines already acquired confirmatory test kits from novel coronavirus. Ito yung mga test kits in order for us to determine whether we were infected or not. January 30, eto na. Dito na po tayo magbabago unti-unti. Plus yung mindset natin. Plus that time, unti-unti, kumbaga somehow, nagkakaroon na po tayo ng serious kumbaga reaction about COVID-19 when DOH reported the first case of COVID-19 in the country. If I'm not mistaken, this Chinese national na bumisita kasama ng asawa niya na kumbaga nag-tour I think they had this vacation in the Philippines. And February 1, 2020, PH announces the first COVID-19 death outside China. So itong unang death na to is actually ito yung asawa ng Chinese female national. Yes, so it contributed yung kumbaga konti nagpapanik na tayo. February 2 dito na from December, February 2, PH ban travelers from the entire mainland China including Hong Kong and Macau. March 6, 2020, PH reports first local COVID-19 infection. March 7, nag-continue na, nagkaroon na ng code red, Philippines confirmed 2 cases of local coronavirus in transmission. And then, of course, students, my dear students, naalala nyo pa ba, where were you on March 7? Where actually local governments such as Manila, City of Manila, declared suspension and kumbaga endorsed work from home amid local coronavirus cases. I think kasama ko ata si Doc A that time kasi we were in the same apartment. And imagine naalala ko pa, hindi ko alam kung naalala din ni Doc A ito na we believe na panandalian lang to, makokontrol to ng government, madali lang to. So ganun yung ating mindset. Yes, during that moment. March 11, DOH announces first Filipino to die of COVID-19. And March 11 also the same day, ito na, the World Health Organization announces that COVID-19 is already elevated into its pandemic status. And March 15, yung inaakala natin isang linggo lang, na March 7 to 14, March 15, the President already implemented the strictest quarantine protocol in Metro Manila, yung ECQ na tinatawag, na dati akala natin hanggang April 14 na. But you know the rest of the story. Until now, we are still in a quarantine status. Iba-iba nga lang yung term. So my dear listeners, it's very important to somehow to somehow consider that just like any other countries, we were not prepared that time. Plus, we were actually gasping or talagang nangangapa tayo sa dilim on how to respond to this mysterious kasi there were no actually enough kumbaga studies yet released by the World Health Organization. So lahat kumbaga mysterious and hindi pa alam kung ano yung gagawin. And this will help you to understand why this government, plus when I say this government, it's not only about President Duterte. This is the misconception of many people. When we talk about government, we always think of the administration. No. So, government composed of different organs, including us, the people. Plus, so by knowing or by considering this part, so nagkakaroon tayo ng kumbaga space of understanding on how, lalo na po sa mga unang mga araw like no last year, the national government responded to this pandemic. Ayan. But anyways, guys, when the kumbaga nung grumabi na po yung situation, plus we witness how this country move or how this country acted to again to handle to kumbaga to respond dito sa ating COVID-19 pandemic. So this is now Philippines in action. So at this point of discussion, I will try to give you some key areas where we can consider appreciation on Philippines' best practices on COVID-19 response. These key areas somehow assisted the country on handling the pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic has revealed how sound policies, timely interventions, proper resource allocation, and systematic prioritization of necessities could have significant impacts on how a nation will survive crisis context. But nevertheless, as I mentioned to you in my parameter, in my disclaimer, this discussion is open and subject to your criticism. My dear students, lalo yung mga estudyante ko ngayon, I am encouraging you later on to please channel your questions, especially about this presentation, whether you agree or not, whether you have if you want to correct me or you want to support me, anything. But again, I'm willing to hear and answer questions and even objections. So this is now the best practices. Again, this is on my own opinion, on my own basis, using the different grounds and theoretical framework of public administration that will somehow manifest yung tinatawag natin good governance. So the first for me is the creation of the COVID-19 Interagency Task Force for the Management of Emerging Infectious Disease, or of course we all know this one, IATF. Plus ano, you always hear this organization. Plus, on the positive note, Philippine government timely convened different agencies and departments that will work together in addressing the pandemic in the country. So according to David Osborne, reinventing the government, ito yung tinatawag ng mission-driven. Again, it is a different question, ano, whether tama ba yung mga nilagay nating tao sa mga position na yan. Plus, ano, but what I'm telling you is that we have this clear plan how we actually kumbaga responded by putting frontline government agencies and department. We are the first actually in Southeast Asia to convene, but konting trivia lang, ano, IATF is actually first used by Pinoy in 2014. Plus ano, to cater mga possible mga emergency crisis such as yung may mga sakit-sakit. Plus ano, tulad kasi nung yung SARS, yung foot and mouth disease. Plus, and it was reconvened by DOH, ano, as I shown you on the timeline. Plus, actually, we are the first in Southeast Asia. Look at Indonesia. Plus, ano, kumbaga, in terms of the flow of the responsibilities, in terms of how to manage informations, plus and how to create yung proper flow of power, duty, and responsibilities. Plus ano yung mga specific special functions of the different organizations or institutions or departments, agencies of the government. Now, for me, this is actually a manifestation of good governance because we have this clear plan, we have fixed yung mga duties and responsibilities, and we have assigned specific agencies and how will they work together in, again, responding and handling this pandemic. But then again, alam ko may mga tanong kayo, sir, yes, pero puro general naman yung nakaupo. That's a separate discussion. Sir, si Duque, anong tangin mo sa kanya? Sir, si Carlito Galvez, si Nograles, plus etc. etc. But again, on the positive note, napaka-importante at kumbaga for me, it's a good thing that this government timely convened this task force to respond to this COVID-19 pandemic. Second, best practice, consistent update and informing the public. We call this risk communication in public administration. Also, a catalyst for good governance. Plus, alam ko, di ba, we actually, majority of us Filipinos, we really, kumbaga, waited for updates. Plus, natandaan na nga natin yung babae sa DOH, di ba? Yung boses niya. Classmate, plus si Berhere. Plus, Harry Roque. Yung mga late night talk show of the president. Though we have reservations, on the manner or on how they communicate. But the most important thing here is that we were always being updated, especially on information's guidelines, such as community quarantines and other necessary precautions. Plus, different platforms were used, especially television and social media, as agents of information. And take note, we were, placed under lockdown. So this, these mga devices and yung communication strategy of risk communication of this government, for me, is a good thing, because sabi ko nga, as I can naalala ko pa talagang inaabangan ko pa yung TV Patrol, inaabangan ko yung update ng DOH, kahit na at the end of the day, nakakalungkot, nakakatakot, but what is important, we were informed. Class, and with this risk communication, nababattle out natin ang fake news and what are those things that we need to remember, especially in terms of abiding with the regulations, the curfew, mga quarantine restrictions, protocol. So consistent update and informing the public. Third, actually this is mentioned by Dr. Asturias already a while ago. Medyo na-touch niya tong part na to, yung branches of the government working together. He mentioned a while ago yung bayanihan. Bayanihan to heal as one act. Class. The good thing about this best practice, or the good thing about this kumbaga move of this government, class, setting aside yung political kumbaga political dynamics happening in the three branches of the government, especially between legislative and executive, wherein talagang clearly may super majority in both chambers of the Congress, lalo na po sa House of Representatives, and even po doon sa Senate, class. But during pandemic, we witnessed swift, guys, take note, passage of bills. Nadidiscuss ko to sa mga estudyante ko. It really takes time, class, but because of this work, class, working together of these three branches while observing yung constitutional design of separation of state and separation of powers, and the separation of power principle, class. But the good thing here is, again, the three branches kumbaga offer their hands together and do and focus on the important needs that needs to be done. Like for example, yung passage nga po, medyo may konting lang kasi may drama sa House of Rep, and sa House of Rep that time. There are two Alans fighting together, fighting with regards to the position of speaker, si Alan Peter and si Lord Alan, that even the president that time talagang galit na, and he called for a special session. Plus, but because of that call, and because of that organization of these three branches, plus yung swift passage of bayanihan to heal as one act, plus yung emergency powers of the president. Though again, I have reservation on that part kasi I also have my criticism about the emergency powers. Pero class, if you look on the brighter side, and it's actually mandated by the Constitution, Article 6, Section 26, Paragraph 2, plus while observing separation of powers between the organs and departments or branches of the government, the executive, class, can have this ability to heighten influence over the legislative in times of emergencies. Like itong tinatawag nating COVID-19. Plus, so yung kailangan, like for example, yung emergency power of mandating mga hospitals, yung mga different places converted into become an isolation facilities, quarantine facilities. Though some other political scholars criticize this move of the Congress by kumbaga easily giving emergency powers of the government. Pero sabi ko nga sa inyo, if we, again, tignan lang natin yung positive, glance lang of the positive side of this move by these three branches of the government, we can say na somehow, di ba, nung nagrereklamo tayo, ang tagal ng ayuda. Kasi we need to observe protocols of the Constitution. Kasi kailangan po na dumaan po sa kumbaga in conformity with the Constitution. Ayaw natin kumbaga ma-violate ang Constitution in terms of diverting funds, in terms of yung oversight ng budget, and any other na kailangan ayusin muna with, again, the cooperation of these three branches of the government. Yung Philippine judiciary also adapted to this pandemic. So lalo na mga puro matatanda ang mga judge dyan, especially in the Supreme Court, that plus kumbaga they still continued working also and fulfilling their duty and obligation as part of the judicial department, and they still open their doors for any kumbaga questions and constitutional kumbaga clarifications like yung anti-terrorism law, plus and other things kahit during pandemic. So naggumagana pa rin itong ating tinatawag na three branches of government, even naroon tayong COVID-19. And this for me, I don't know if my colleagues will agree to this, education sector tries its best. I know ang dami nating problema, ang dami po nagrereklamo, though unprepared, education sector in the country showed versatility during COVID-19 pandemic. pushing through with flexible learning programs. Universities also manifested a strategy on how to deal with the pandemic. The most important best practice here behind this is that we did not stop and we did not allow that education stop from working. Could you just, class, you try to imagine, if we decided to if ginaya natin yung 19 countries according to UNESCO, there are 19 countries who totally, from the outbreak of the COVID-19 in their countries, they totally closed, shut down their education sector. To name is Yemen. To name one is Yemen, also Iraq, Kyrgyzstan, and even Cambodia. Plus, and then there are also, I think, more than almost 100 countries who, kumbaga, closed temporarily the education sector. Pero look at the Philippines. Tapos considering po yung internet capability na meron ng Pilipinas, considering the geographical challenges of the different places in the Philippines, the DepEd, CHED, or our education sector push through of continuing itong ating education. Kaya nga masaya tayo mga guro kasi we still have our job. Plus, and most importantly, guys, tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang learning. Hindi man ganun, I know, there is a reservation, hindi man ganun yung level of learning na ina-expect natin, but we're trying our best, actually, and we are still on track on producing mga needed workforce like in the health sector. Just try to imagine, if 2 years natin i-shut down to. 2 years walang gagraduate ng nurse, na doktor, plus on and other mga skill-based mga products of a student. So for me, this is also a practice. Can be considered a best practice of this national government during this pandemic. Plus, next is build. Plus, sino na dito sa inyo nakadaan sa Skyway? Sino na sa inyo, let's not talk about Manila Bay, but more on about infrastructure. This I recognize the government, but of course, I have also, again, my reservation in terms of yung transparency of the budget, but classmate, we witnessed there are many infrastructure continued na gawin even during pandemic. And paano to nakatulong sa pag-respond natin sa pandemya? Plus, infrastructure enhanced land, air, sea, and inter-island connectivity and mobility in the country during pandemic. Plus, like this Skyway. Plus, from South, and kailangan mong dalhin sa UPPGH ang pasyente. San Miguel Corporation, in partnership with, of course, the government, the DPWH, and even the DOTR, as continue to build this expressway, and actually it helped move essential, not only travelers, essential things that is kumbaga needed, or essential things during pandemic, like yung mga gamot, mga pasyente, even the vaccine itself within NCR. And yung mga infrastructures, other infrastructures such as yung di ba, yung mga biking lane, talaga naging in demand yan. So yung ating mga trains, mga airports, and even yung mga sea-based transportation natin like ferry. So for me, this is a best practice of build. Yung tinatawag ng public-private partnership. Yan. Another one is yung private sector became more public. Plus, my dear listeners, the good thing, kung meron man maganda na idulot ng pandemic na to, nakita natin kung paano din yung caring plus ng iba't ibang sektor ng lipunan, including the private sector. Look at what Maynilad and Meralco did. Wala mo ng putol-putol in consideration, empathy plus on the ongoing pandemic. Look at what San Miguel did, kahit na nagkaroon na ng liquor ban for how many months. Nakala natin ang laki ng epekto na, malaki naman talagang epekto, but look at how they help our government in terms of giving aids, whether it's monetary like or mga bagay like PPEs, plus mga pagkain, and they made assured of their employees na walang matatanggal. Plus Mega World also did their part. Ayala group of companies also did their part. Globe or mga telecommunication companies, with the threat of the president, of course, they really improve kahit papaano yung kanilang connection, just to of course to also back up yung need po ng education sector. So a collaboration between the government and the private sector in the distribution of the COVID-19 vaccines ensures the best use of trucks, airlines, hospitals, and other resources in one of the most complex logistics. Imagine ang mga hotel, mga motel, they open their doors to become not to become yung usual na lab nest, pero to become an isolation facility, quarantine facility. So private sector became more public. Second, sagipin next is sagipin ang mga bagong bayani. Yesterday I was listening to the news about yung mga returning OFWs, and I was also shocked by the statistics of the DOLE that there were already more than 500,000 OFWs na assist ng government natin ng mga returning OFWs, and we already spent 9 billion pesos in terms of assisting like yung food, accommodation, testing, plus and yung paghatid sa kanila sa mga mahal nila sa buhay, plus isang maliit na bagay para maibalik natin yung ginagawa ng mga bagong bayani na to. Plus, so OFWs receive pandemic aids from the government, mga cash incentive, plus na kumbaga also a manifestation of inclusive and responsible governance. Ayan. And next is keeping in touch with the world. The country is actually maintained its relationship with the World Health Organization. So ang kagandahan dito is our Philippine government, kumbaga maintained its touch, its relationship with the World Health Organization, especially on important details and informations about COVID-19. Plus because of our relationship with WHO, there were trainings, there were updates, especially on the medical field, on how, especially yung mga possible medicines, yung mga yung healthcare response sa mga critical and even yung mga positive nating mga kababayan sa COVID-19. So they provide technical support, essential supply, strengthening laboratory capacity, sharing technical expertise, yun po yung minimensyon kanina, and updating the country with latest development on treatment of COVID-19. And to fast track, lastly, next, one of the most important catalyst of good governance, participatory governance. Na-mention to ni Dr. Asturias and even Ma'am Grace Ronquillo. So pandemic has created a lot of opportunities for Filipinos to manifest our moral values as a nation. Filipino people share their part in helping the government addressing this pandemic. Because of this pandemic, my dear listener, we were conceived of our responsibilities and duty as a citizen of this country. So going back to my first statement a while ago, this government is not a government without us. We are an integral part of this government, the citizen. And involving participation, nakikialam, plus at may alam, voicing out our concern, whether it's positive or negative, is for me is a manifestation of good and responsible citizenship. Plus, and that since 4:54 na pala, I end my talk. In this war of COVID-19, our greatest weapon is actually unity. So maraming salamat po, and yan po yung mga tinatawag nating best practices of the national government in handling and responding to this COVID-19 pandemic. And again, isang mapagpalayang hapon po sa ating lahat. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much, Mr. Odranreb Guillermo. Indeed, we are reminded that Filipino people have a voice on governance. We hate to say this, but we cannot accommodate the Q&A session anymore because of the time. However, you may send your questions, our dear participants, to the guest speakers through your respective instructors. Again, thank you so much, Sir Odie. May we inform you that we will be having a next webinar on July 3, Saturday, from 1 p.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. The webinar is entitled as Ibayo, webinar hinggil sa enkwentro at karanasang Pilipino-Amerikano at nagtutunggaling pananaw sa kasaysayang Pilipino, as a participation of our department to the historic year of 2021. Again, the accomplishment of evaluation link in the chat box will be is now typed in the comment section. You need to accomplish the evaluation link for you to have the attendance and of course the e-certificate of participation. Okay, thank you everyone for your participation for the discourse on the governance in the pandemic. Again, we cannot accommodate the question and answer session because of the time. But you may relay your questions to your respective instructors so that they may relay the questions to our speakers again. And we all appreciate your endeavors for a better future, not only to us, for us, but for the coming generation. Again, more importantly, to the speakers who gave time for this timely and significant discussion. Again, thank you everyone. Thank you speakers. Thank you participant for this session, for this activity. And to recognize their contribution, we award the certificate to our dear speakers. May I ask? Okay. So the awarding of certificate. Okay, the awarding of. Okay, so ayan. Okay, the awarding of certificate. This certificate of participation is hereby given to Dr. Peter Menorca Asturias in grateful acknowledgement of his distinguished and invaluable services rendered as a speaker during the conduct of the event entitled COVID-19 and Good Governance Best Practices in Response to the Pandemic, organized by the Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management, College of Arts and Sciences of the Lyceum of the Philippines, University, Manila, held on June 19, 2021, from 1 o'clock p.m. to 5 o'clock p.m., given this 19th day of June 2021 via Zoom. Signed by Dr. Joseph C. Francisco, Dean, College of Arts and Sciences, Dr. Abigail F. Carlos, Program Head, Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management, and of course, Ms. Jennifer D. Tukpi, OIC for Academic Affairs. Thank you, Dr. Peter. The same is given to Ms. Mary Grace P. Ronquillo with the same text. Thank you, Ms. Grace. And of course, to Mr. Odranreb E. Guillermo with the same text. Thank you, Mr. Odie. All right. Thank you again, Dr. Pete Asturias, Ms. Grace Ronquillo, and Mr. Odie Guillermo for imparting your knowledge. Let us now have the floor for the closing remarks to be given by Ms. Jovi Quadra, faculty member of the Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management. Ms. Jovi.
Yes, sorry. Okay, so again, good afternoon. Okay, so I will make this very short. Okay, so it is true that this pandemic has changed our lives and even how we perceive things around us. We witnessed the sudden fall of our economy, the surge of death due to the COVID-19, deficiency in the health facilities, and the provisions in the law. But we also observe how the government attempted to mitigate the effect of pandemic. There is no proper time and good timing for good governance. It should be all the time because the people need to feel that they are secured with the leaders who are transparent, accountable with their actions and decisions, and with a sense of responsibility. But good governance should not only dwell in the government, but also in all sectors of the society, especially in the academe where the citizens are molded to be good leaders. We, the organizers, would like to say thank you to the speakers, Dr. Pete, Miss Grace, Sir Odi. We believe also that the students, the participants, learn something from our great speakers with fantastic experience in their own field. Altogether, we say WTF. Wow, this is fantastic. This is really fantastic, and we hope to be with you again in our next webinar. Good afternoon and thank you.
Yes, this is wow, fantastic. Thank you, Miss Jovi. Thank you. To repeat, the accomplishment of the evaluation link is in the chat box and is needed to be accomplished until today for you to have an e-certificate of participation. Thank you everyone for staying with and listening to our beloved speakers as they talk about the COVID-19 and governance. Again, thank you, Dr. Peter Asturias, Ms. Grace Ronquillo, and Mr. Odranreb Guillermo from the Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management, College of Arts and Sciences, and the Lyceum of the Philippines, University, Manila. May you all have a good day. Before we end the Zoom meeting, let us sing the LPU hymn. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you po, thank you. Sir JR, pwede bang mag-picture ang mga organizers for documentation?
Pwede naman po, ma'am.
So pwede po tayong mag-open ng ating camera. Ma'am Camille, ikaw na po ba ang magpipicture? Ma'am Camille lang.
Opo.
Sige. Ayan.
Ito lang, ma'am.
Ay, ang tore ni Doc Angel, oh. Wala na si Miss Grace. Nawala na ang kanyang kwan eh.
Andyan
Nawala
pa po
na
ata.
yung kanyang internet. Ayun! Andyan
I'm here pa.
Sis Maria po ah.
Alam mo, napakalaki ng problema ko sa internet connection. Nawalan ako ng wifi. Naka-hotspot lang ako sa cellphone.
Ay.
Kanina,
Pero
dapat
okay naman
sa
yun,
phone
Sister
lang, pero I
Tornea.
think merong problema. Ngayon pa talaga siya tumuon.
Tapo yata si Sir Tornea.
Ayan si Sir Odi oh. Sir Odi.
Wait, ma'am. Buksan ko lang yung ano. Ayan. Game na po ba?
Oo, game na.
Wala akong background. Ayaw gumana sa akin yan.
Okay lang po. Sige po. 1, 2, 3. Wait, ma'am. Isa pa ulit. Teka lang. Okay, isa pa po.
Narinig si Doc Angel, oh.
1, 2, 3. Okay na po.
Yay.
Thank
Thank you po, Miss Grace, Mr. Odi.
Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Miss Grace. Thank you, Sir Odi.
Thank you po, ma'am.
Thank you po, Doc Abby, Dr. Angel.